Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. How are you? How are you doing? So, finally, this day has come. The last day before CAT. We are already done with the marathon, Quant marathon, LRDI marathon, VRC marathon. After all the preparation, now is the time that you need to work. Now is the time that you need to show how much preparation you have done in all this time. Today we are going to have a casual revision of the whole quant syllabus, all the formula, all the concept, and how are you feeling about it? Are you excited? हो गई सारी प्रिपरेशन, एडमिट कार्ड, फोटोग्राफ्स एंड सेंटर, सारा कुछ चेक कर लिया अच्छे से? सेंटर्स तो चेक कर लिए ना अच्छे से? Duration of this lecture will also be between 3 to 4 hours, just like previous marathons. Alright. एंग्जाइटी हो रही है, ये बहुत ही नॉर्मल है. एंग्जाइटी हो रही है तो कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है. So I'm going to start with geometry, okay, and because geometry has the maximum number of concept and formula. So geometry, we are going to start with triangles as usual, that you know. In case of triangles, before triangles, if you want something to know, we can start with proportionality concept or angles also. Some angles, if angles are between 0 to 90 degree, we call it acute angle. If angle is equal to 90 degree, it's a right angle. Angle between 90 to 180 known as obtuse angle, and more than 180 degree, it's known as reflex angle. If two or more angles added up to 180 degree, okay, so some angle, that angle 180 degree is known as straight angle. Angle 360 degree is known as complete angle, and sum of two angles, if sum of two angles is equal to 90 degree, those angles are known as complementary angles, and if sum of two angles is equal to 180 degree, those angles are known as supplementary angles. Like 10 degree is a supplementary angle of 170 degree, 20 degree is a complementary angle of 70 degree, 30 degree is a complementary angle of 60 degree, while 30 degree is a supplementary angle of 150 degree. And after that, if we talk about proportionality concept, there is a proportionality concept in geometry which is the base of almost everything. There are three lines, L1, L2 and L3. L1 is parallel to L2, which is also parallel to L3. If these three lines are parallel and there are two lines, these lines are known as transversal line. Let's say this is T1 and T2. These lines are transversal lines and they intersect these at points. Let's say this point is, intersecting point is A, B and C. These are P, Q, R. Then proportionality concept says that AB upon BC will be equal to PQ upon QR. Or you can also say that AB upon AC will be equal to PQ upon PR. Similarly, you can also say BC upon AC is equal to QR upon PR. Okay. So basically these are proportionality concepts that we also use in similarities of triangle. If you remember similarity of triangles, these are the concepts that we use, right? These are the concepts that we use. So this is the base of everything. Apart from that, there comes angle bisector theorem also. While if there is a line that divides an angle into two equal parts, then if you draw perpendicular lines from any point to these lines, these will be equal. These two will be equal. Let's draw another one. This is perpendicular, this is also perpendicular. Then these two lines will be equal. This is angle bisector theorem. Okay, not the triangles one. This is angle bisector theorem as per basic. Okay. Now, apart from this, let's come to triangles. In case of triangles, vertices are ABC and the side lengths that we denote, this side length BC is opposite of A, we denote it as A, this side length will be denoted as B and this side length is C. So what do we have regarding triangles? There are so many things in triangles. So first concept is sum of all interior angles, angle A plus angle B plus angle C is equal to 180 degree. Angle A plus angle B plus angle C. This is angle A, this is angle B, this is angle C. So angle A plus angle B plus angle C is equal to 180 degree. Now if I extend any of the lines, let's say if I extend this line to point D, so this angle is theta. So what we can say about angle theta, that theta will be equal to angle A plus angle B. Means in language we call this any exterior angle of a triangle is equal to sum of opposite interior angles. So this angle is theta, opposite interior angles to this angle will be A and B. So theta is equal to A plus B. Then comes the relation between side lengths of a triangle, which we can say sum of any two sides must be greater than the third. A plus B will be greater than C, A plus C will be greater than B, and B plus C will be greater than A. And the fourth point, we can say the difference, the absolute difference between any two sides must be less than the third, like this. AB, BC, AC. Okay. Now, in case of any triangle, if you talk about side lengths, A is greater than equal to B is greater than equal to C, and P is the perimeter, which is equal to A plus B plus C. What we can say here is the greatest side A will be greater than 1/3 of the perimeter and less than half of the perimeter. This is the relation that we get between side length and the perimeter. Okay. All right. So after this, what else do we know about triangles? So this is all about triangles where we get information about side lengths. Apart from this, there is also concept regarding sine rule, cosine rule, and the ratio of sides, all of these. Okay. But before that, what we can talk about is some sine values. If you remember sine values, so sine 0 degree is equal to 0, sine 30 degree, not 15 degree. 15 degree, if it's mentioned in the question, then it will be given in the question. Sine 30 degree is 1 by 2, sine 45 degree is 1 by root 2, sine 60 degree is equal to root 3 upon 2, and sine 90 degree is equal to 1. And same for cos 0 degree is equal to 1, cos 30 degree is equal to root 3 by 2, same as sine 60 degree. Cos 45 degree is same as sine 45 degree. Cos 60 degree is equal to same as sine 30 degree. Cos 90 degree is equal to 0. Okay. Angles in radian is basically, radian is nothing but 2 pi is equal to 360 degree. So pi is equal to 180 degree. Pi by 3 will be equal to 60 degree. pi by 4 will be equal to 45 degree, pi by 6 will be equal to 30 degree. This is in radians, okay. This is in radians, all right. In geometry, it's very easy to crack questions if you know the concept, okay. That's why I have started with geometry. Not much equations to solve, okay. If you are aware of concept, it's very easy for you to crack geometry questions, okay. That's why even if you forget few concepts, we will revise them here, and I'm sure this will be helpful for tomorrow, okay. Now, if we talk about sine rule, what is sine rule? So, once again, in a triangle where side lengths are A, B and C, A, B, C, so we can say A upon sine A is equal to B upon sine B is equal to C upon sine C, which will be equal to 2r, where r is circumradius. What is r? R is circumradius, okay. And using this, we can find side ratio in some triangles like 90 degree, 45 degree and 45 degree. Then comes 30, 60, 90 triangles, 60 degree and 30 degree. If these are the combination of a side, let's say ABC, ABC, then we can say A is to B is to C will be equal to, what we can say here, 1 is to 1 is to root 2, okay. This is the side ratio in 45, 45, 90 degree triangle, and in this case A is to B is to C, A is against 30 degree, this will be 1, B is against 60 degree, this will be root 3 and this will be 2. These are very important concept. Most of the triangles that has been mentioned in the questions are based on this, okay. Most of the questions are based on these two triangles where side ratio are either 1 1 root 2 or 1 root 3 is to 2. Two right angle triangles, very important triangles. Now, apart from that, if we talk about cosine rule, what is cosine rule? Cosine rule is again related to this. We use cosine rule when we have two sides given and one of the angles, then you can find the third side, or if all three sides has been given, you can find any angle like cos A, B square plus C square minus A square upon 2BC. You might have seen this, as this formula, like B square plus C square minus A square is equal to 2BC cos A, or this minus this is equal to A square, like B square plus C square minus 2BC cos A is equal to A square. You might have seen this formula also, right? This one also. Or you can find cos B. If you want to find cos B, it will be equal to A square plus C square minus B square upon 2AC. And similarly, you can find cos C, which will be equal to B square plus A square minus C square upon 2AB. Okay. Value कैसे आ रही है? Just A is to B is to C ratio will be in this ratio only, okay? In this ratio, A is to B is to C will be equal to sin A is to sin B is to sin C. That is what we are doing here, nothing else. This is how we get these values. Okay, yes guys, we are going to revise everything, but all things cannot be possible within 2 minutes, right? So just wait, we will revise everything. Guys, we are going to revise only concept and formula today, no questions. All right. So construction में problem आ रही है तो solve some questions on construction. If you have doubts, post it in the group, Facebook group. We have a Facebook group. Okay. But as I said, this is quant revision, formula revision, nothing else. Okay. After that, what are we left with in triangles? Okay. So there are some points. There are some points like angle bisector. Angle bisector is one of the line. Okay. And if you join all the angle bisectors, so intersection point will be known as in center. There are then comes medians, and intersection point of medians is known as centroid. Then comes perpendicular bisector. Now, perpendicular bisector intersection is known as orthocenter. And then comes altitudes. And the intersection of altitudes is known as this is circumcenter, and the intersection of altitude is known as orthocenter. This will be orthocenter, and this is known as circumcenter. All right. A, B, C. What are the properties that we know about these things? We are going to talk about all 4 points separately. Mostly the most important points regarding this. Okay, so first let's talk about angle bisector. If this angle is theta, this angle is also theta, this is D. What do we know about angle bisector? That AB upon AC will be equal to BD upon DC. AB upon AC will be equal to BD upon DC. In case of medians, medians divides the opposite side into 2 equal parts. In case of medians, it also divides into 2 equal area, x and x. Now in this case, there is a very important concept which is known as Apollonius theorem. What is Apollonius theorem? AB square plus AC square will be equal to 2 times BD square plus AD square. Anyone knows the ratio of sum of squares of the sides divided by sum of squares of each median? What is the ratio? Can you tell me this? What is this ratio? Like in this case, AB square plus AC square plus BC square divided by AD square plus B square plus CF square. What is this ratio? There could be direct question on this concept, guys. What's that ratio? Sum of squares of side lengths of a triangle divided by sum of squares of medians of a triangle. 4 by 3. Yes, very good. Very good. How to find the length of angle bisector? Only with this information it cannot be found. There must be some other information to find the length of angle bisectors. Okay. Now let's come to next, which is perpendicular bisector. So perpendicular bisector of BC, perpendicular bisector of AC, and perpendicular bisector of AB. This point is known as orthocenter, which is also denoted as H. Orthocenter is not much important. Okay, there has not been many questions on orthocenter. We are talking about circumcenter. Circumcenter is denoted by O, which is intersection of perpendicular bisector. Okay, so using this point you can draw a circle. Using this point you can draw a circle. We will come to more important points regarding these. But as per just the information, basic information, in case of altitudes, this is altitude AD, this is another altitude which is BE, and the third altitude will also pass from here, which is F. So all the altitudes are inversely proportional to the side lengths, which we can say AB is to AC is to BC will be equal to 1 by altitude against AB is CF, altitude against AC is BE, and altitude against BC is AD. So this is the relation that you can find between side lengths and altitudes. Okay, AB is to AC is to BC is 1 by CF is to 1 by BE is to 1 by AD. All right. Now, next is regarding orthocenter and circumcenter are kind of interesting. In case of orthocenter and circumcenter, if triangle is obtuse triangle, then these 2 points will lie outside the triangle. In case of right angle triangle, we can say the circumcenter will lie on the hypotenuse. Like in case of right angle triangle, if this is a right angle triangle, then what are the properties of right angle triangle? So if you draw a circumcircle, then this will act as the diameter ABC. AB will act as diameter and the circumcenter O will be here. Now in that case, you can see that OC will also be radius, OA will also be radius, and OB will also be radius. This is the property of medians and or circumcenter taking together, that the median to the hypotenuse means OC will be equal to half of the hypotenuse. OC will be equal to OA plus OB by 2, or you can also say AB by 2, or you can say OC will be equal to OA, which is equal to OB. This is a very important property of right angle triangle. If you see a random triangle, any random triangle, doesn't matter how it's drawn, if these 3 are equal, we can certainly say that this angle will be 90 degree. Okay, this whole angle theta will be equal to 90 degree. And in case of right angle triangle, there is also one important concept. Let's say if this side length is A, this side length is B, and this side length is C, then you can find the in radius. Length of in radius will be equal to A plus B minus C upon 2. Only for right angle triangle. This is true only for right angle triangle. This is how you can find in radius. Also, in right angle triangle, we can say the perimeter will be equal to, what will be the length of perimeter? It will be 2r plus 4r. Again, only in right angle triangle. 4r is nothing but, r is nothing but circumradius, small r is nothing but in radius. Okay. Nandan Rao, perpendicular bisector, as name suggests, it's bisector, right? It's perpendicular on the side and it's bisect, and it bisects the side. So yes, it will divide equally. Okay. All right. Okay guys, try to follow the instructions that has been given on admit card. Okay, if you follow that instruction, you won't be having any problem. Shomik, that goes for you also. Now apart from this, let's come to right angle triplet, which is very important. In case of right angle triangle, if this length is A, this length is B, and this length is C, what do we know? That B square plus C square is equal to A square. In that case, there are some popular triplets that you must know whenever there is side lengths mentioned in the question. Remember this, whenever all three side lengths are mentioned in the question, all three side lengths of a triangle are mentioned in the question, chances are that triangle is a right angle triangle. That will solve lots of your problems. So whenever you see that all three side lengths are given in a question, you must try to check if that triangle is a right angle or not. And the side ratio must be in these ratio: 3, 4, 5. 5 square, 12 square is equal to 13 square. Then smallest side 6, 7. If you take 7 square plus, what do we know? 24 square, right, is equal to 25 square. 7 square plus 24 square is equal to 25 square. Then comes 8 square. 8 square plus 15 square is equal to 17 square. There could be multiple of these sides also. Then comes 9 square plus 40 square is 41 square. Then you can take 10, 24, 26. Then 11 square plus 60 square is equal to 61 square. So these are very important triplets for right angle triangle. Okay, these are very important concept. Now, apart from this, if you talk about acute angle triangle, in acute angle triangle, if A is greater than equal to B is greater than equal to C, then you can see this angle is 90 degree. If I push these two sides towards each other, what will happen in that case? Length of A will decrease. In that case, we can say B square plus C square will be greater than A square. And in case of obtuse angle triangle, again, the greatest side is A. Then in that case, we can say if you take these two sides away from each other, what will happen? Length of A will increase. In that case, B square plus C square will be less than A square. This is what happens in acute angle triangle and obtuse angle triangle. In right angle triangle, it's B square plus C square is equal to A square. This is B square plus C square is greater than A square. B square plus C square is less than A square. Okay. Yeah. If you talk about scalene triangle, all three sides are of distinct length. If you talk about equilateral triangle, there are some interesting things that we can talk about equilateral triangle. Okay, so in equilateral triangle, if side length is A, all the side lengths are equal, A, B, C. If this length is A, this length is also A, this length is also A. Then how can we find the height? So if this is height, this length is AD. So in that case, AD, length of AD will be equal to root 3 by 2A. Why? Because BD will be equal to A by 2, CD will be equal to A by 2. And this angle is 60 degree. This angle will become 30 degree. So using 30, 60, 90 degree triangle, you can find the length of AD, which will be equal to root 3 by 2A. You can also find the in radius, and in radius will be equal to A upon 2 root 3 in terms of side lengths. Circumradius will be equal to A upon root 3. In case of equilateral triangle, all the lines, let it be angle bisector or perpendicular bisector or medians or altitudes, all the lines are same. Okay, they are not different. So all the points will also be same. The circumcenter, the centroid, the orthocenter, and the incenter, all the 4 points will be same in equilateral triangle. Okay. This center will be 2:1 from here. Let's say this is O, then OA upon OD will be equal to 2/1 in case of equilateral triangle. Now, apart from this, if we talk about another important concept regarding triangle, which is if there is a random line drawn from A, this point is D, okay, what we can say here, that area of triangle ABD upon area of triangle ACD, this will be equal to same as the ratio of their base, means BD upon DC. Area of the ratio of triangle, this is very important concept. ABD divided by ACD will be equal to BD upon DC. If you divide them, let's say 3 different parts, like this, A, B, C, D and E. Let's say BD is to DE is to EC is equal to, let's say 1:2:3. So what we can say, that area of triangle ABD is to area of triangle ADE is to area of triangle AEC. This will also be equal to 1:2:3. Means in the ratio base has been distributed, in the same ratio corresponding area will be distributed. Okay. This is very important, guys. If you are not aware of it, then know this. Now, let's come to similar triangles. What are similar triangles? So, two triangles, triangles ABC and triangle DEF. Two triangles, if A, the side ratio, the corresponding side ratio of two triangles are same, then the construction of two triangles are same, then we call them similar triangles, like AB upon, let's say if this angle is theta here and this angle is theta here, this angle is alpha here and this angle is alpha, then the order of writing these points becomes very important. Two angles are same, third angle will be same automatically because the sum is constant, sum is 180 degree. So construction of these two triangles are same. So in that case, triangle ABC will be similar to triangle A, angle is theta. Where do you see theta? It's E. Then C, angle is alpha. Where do you see alpha? D. So D. And this will be F. So EFD. इससे फायदा क्या होता है कि जो साइड का रेशियो है वो करेक्ट रेशियो लिखने में आपको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी. बहुत बार आपने ये प्रॉब्लम फेस किया होगा कि यार ट्रायंगल्स तो सिमिलर हैं बट मेरा साइड रेशियो गलत क्यों आ जा रहा है ना. सो दिस इज हाउ यू गेट इट रॉन्ग. you must write the similarity in correct order. Okay, so AB upon EF, BC upon FD, okay, and AC upon ED. If you do this, then you won't be having any kind of problem solving any questions based on similarity. Okay, now apart from this, what do we know? If this value is, let's say, m upon n, then the ratio of perimeter of triangle ABC divided by perimeter of triangle DEF, this will also be m by n. But if we talk about area, the ratio of area of triangle ABC divided by area of triangle DEF, this will be equal to square of this, m by n whole square. And this concept is used very frequently in a right angle triangle. In a right angle triangle, if you use similarity, let's say if you drop this perpendicular line A, B, C and D, we get three different pairs of triangle who are similar. Why? Because let's say if this angle is theta, this angle is alpha, then this angle will be alpha and this angle will be theta. Theta plus alpha is 90 degree. So we can say triangle ABD will be similar to triangle. Angle A is theta, here angle B is theta. Angle B, ABD, angle B is alpha, here C is alpha. So BCD. From there, if you write the ratio, AB upon BC will be equal to, AB upon BC will be equal to AD upon BD, AD upon BD, which will be equal to BD upon CD. So you can see we get the very good relation here, that BD square is equal to AD into CD. Now remember this one also, this is a very important. BD square is equal to AD into DC. This is very important. Question has been asked based on this, where length of AC has been given, length of BD has been given, or only the length of AD and DC has been given. Length of AD and DC has been given and they have asked the area of the triangle. So using AD and DC we can find out BD and from there we can find out area of the triangle. Okay. So this is the use of similar triangles. Now after triangles we can go to straight away quadrilaterals. Now in case of quadrilaterals, if we start with a parallelogram, what do we know about parallelogram? What are the properties of parallelogram? So first, in a parallelogram, opposite sides are parallel and they are also equal. These two sides are parallel and equal. Let's say this is A, B, C and D. This angle is theta. Okay. So these two are parallel and these two are also equal. So we can say AD will be equal to BC and AD will be parallel to BC. We can also say that AB will be equal to CD and AB will be parallel to CD. Any one of these information are enough to recognize that this quadrilateral is nothing but a parallelogram. How do you find area? So area will be equal to AB into AD into sine theta. AB into AD into sine theta. Or if you draw a perpendicular line, let's extend this and let's draw a perpendicular from A. So this is E. We have drawn a perpendicular from A to BC. So this is also, you can write area will be equal to BC into AE. A is nothing but the perpendicular length. Okay. Now what happens in case of rectangle? Now in this case, remember the diagonals are bisecting each other. In this case, diagonals are bisecting each other, but they are not necessarily equal. So these are bisecting each other, but they are not necessarily equal. Getting this point? They are not necessarily equal. But if we talk about rectangle, what happens in rectangle? In case of rectangle, rectangle is also a parallelogram. So in that case, one angle of a parallelogram is 90 degree. Now in this parallelogram, we know that this angle is theta, this angle must be 180 degree minus theta, using the property of parallel lines. So theta and 180 degree minus theta, if one of the angle is 90, then rest of the angles will also become 90 degree and the diagonals will also become equal. They are still bisecting each other, but they are also equal. AC will be equal to BD. AC will be equal to BD. And as you see, AB into AD into sine theta, theta will become 90 degree here. So area will become straight away AB into BC or AB into AD, as both of them are equal. Now, this is the difference between a rectangle and a parallelogram. There is also a concept regarding rectangle. If there is a point inside a rectangle, A, B, C, D, if there is a point, random point P inside this rectangle, and let's join this PD, PA, PB and PC. So what we can say here is PD square plus PB square is equal to PA square plus PC square. This is the property of a right angle triangle. This can be used in square also. All right. Now, regarding inserting a rectangle inside a triangle, let's say this is a triangle ABC, and area of this triangle is something, let's say 100 square centimeter. There is a rectangle inside it. Okay, there is a rectangle inside it, A, not A, PQRS, and this is a rectangle. This is a rectangle. Okay, not necessarily a square. This is a rectangle. Let's say this is PQRS. Now it's given in the question that area of triangle ABC is equal to 100 centimeter square. So what will be the maximum area of this rectangle PQRS? Can you tell me this? What will be the maximum area of this rectangle which is inside this triangle? Maximum area, tell me this. Yes, the previous one was British flag theorem. What's this? What's the answer for this one? Guys, I'm going to write CAT this year only just to check the pattern, just to check the level of the questions, just for the analysis, so that I can help my students later in a big way, better way. Okay, I'm not going to mark a single question. I will show you my result. My marks will be negative or it might be 0. Okay, so I'm not going to write this just for percentile or anything, so that it don't hurt it doesn't hurt any kind of student. Okay, I'm not going to mark a single question. Okay, because I don't have to do MBA, you have to do MBA, so I don't want to affect my result for some student. So that's why I'm not going to correct a single question, and I won't even try to solve it. I will just try to analyze all the questions in exam environment. I will just try to analyze all the LRDI sets, so that I can serve you guys better, in a better way. Yes, it's second slot. So what's the answer for this? Yes, 50. Remember this one. The answer is 50. Answer is, you can straight away remember this concept, that in any triangle the area of maximum area of a rectangle would be just half of this triangle. It's straight away you can find this by folding a page of paper. Take a triangle paper and just try to fold it. You will get a rectangle when they overlap each other. Okay, चलो LRDI में एक नहीं दो easy set आएंगे. Just try to invest your time, try to invest your first 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes on LRDI sets. Okay, even if you take 6 minutes, 8 minutes, you are left with, guys, 32 minutes. 32 minutes are way more than enough to solve 2 sets. Okay, and 2 sets will get you, I guess, 99 percentile easily. So try to invest your time. Just like any other investment, try to invest your time in LRDI section. Okay, in similar fashion, let's say there is a random quadrilateral like this, A, B, C and D. Okay, A, B, C, D, and I take the midpoint of this quadrilateral sides. Let's say this is P, Q, R and S. Let's join this. Okay, these are nothing but the midpoints of these sides. So once again, if I ask you that it's given area of quadrilateral PQRS is equal to 100 centimeter square, what will be the area of quadrilateral? What will be the area of quadrilateral ABCD? Tell me your answer. What will be area of this quadrilateral? Area of this quadrilateral, which is made by joining the midpoints of this quadrilateral. Area of this quadrilateral PQRS is 100. What will be the area of the bigger quadrilateral ABCD? Yes, it's double. It's exactly double, just like this. Okay, I hope you don't forget this. Answer is 200 centimeter square. Okay, so in both this case, there could be a direct question from here. Remember, there could be a direct question from here, and if you know this, it will take just 10 seconds to solve these questions. These are very popular kind of questions. Maybe language will be different, but question could be same. Okay, every year I saw one of these questions in at least one of the competitive exams. So these concepts are really important. Okay, now next is trapezium, which is very interesting. Now before trapezium there are squares, there are rhombus, but I'm sure you are aware of squares and rhombus. In case of squares, all 4 sides are equal, and the in radius is equal to half of the side length. The circumradius is equal to half of the diagonal, and in case of square, let's learn about square first. This is a square A, B, C, D. Now can we find the length? This length is 1. Okay, can we find length of the side of equilateral triangle of maximum area inside or inscribed? Inside or inscribed doesn't matter. Inscribed in the given square. Can you find this? Length of the side of equilateral triangle of maximum area inscribed in the given square. Side length is 1. Have you solved these type of question? Bhavika, yes, that is correct. Area of triangle on the base of parallelogram, which is touching the other side also. The vertex should be on other side. Is half of half. One by two. No. 1 by 2 is wrong, guys. 1 by 2 is wrong. That means you haven't seen this question yet. Okay. The side length, the equilateral triangle will look like this. Okay. The equilateral triangle will look like this. If this length is x, this length will be 1 minus x, and this length will be 1 minus x also. This length will be x. This length is 1. This is how we find. What do we get the relation here? Side length of this will be 1 plus x square. This should be equal to 1 minus x whole square plus 1 minus x whole square. This is the length. Using Pythagoras theorem, you can find this length 1 square plus x square, and again this length 1 minus x square plus 1 minus x square. This is how we find. Okay, it's not half. Remember, it's not half. Okay, that was a different concept. That was a different question. So, so you can solve it. 1 plus x square will be equal to, this will be x square minus 4x plus 2. 2x square minus 4x plus 2, right? This is what it will be. So from here you can get x square minus 4x plus 1 is equal to 0, or x will be equal to, this will be 4 plus minus square root of b square minus 4ac 16, this will be 12 divided by 2a, which is 2. So this will be equal to 4 plus minus 2 root 3 divided by 2, which will be equal to 2. Now if you take plus, it will be greater than 1. So take minus, 2 minus root 3. So x will become 2 minus root 3. This is x. This is x. So if you want to find the side length, this is a, then a will be equal to 1 plus x square, which is equal to 1 plus 2 minus root 3 whole square, which is equal to 1 plus, this will become 3 plus 2 5 minus 2 4 root 3 plus 3. Yes, 3 is taken already. So this will be equal to 6 minus 4 root 3. Just check it. Is this correct? All the calculation correct? One square plus x square. This will be the side length. Square root of this basically. This is the side length of this square. Okay. Now you can, if you want, you can rationalize it or don't rationalize it. Just know the concept that it's not half. That was the purpose behind it, that you understand, you can understand that this was not a straight answer. Now in case of rhombus, what do we know about rhombus? So rhombus is another case of parallelogram where opposite sides are equal, but the diagonals are also perpendicular to each other. Okay, AC is equal to D1, BD is equal to D2, then we can say area of this rhombus quadrilateral ABCD will be equal to half D1 into D2. Okay, that's the most important part of rhombus, the area. Asmit, I don't know half वाला केस कौन सा होता है You tell me किस में हाफ होता है Okay, now in case of trapezium, the most important part of quadrilateral is trapezium. Now, whenever we are talking about a trapezium, there could be many things to learn about trapezium that we will discuss here. What do we know in trapezium? That one pair of sides are parallel and other two sides are not parallel. They could be equal. If AD is equal to BC, then we can say it will be an isosceles trapezium. In that case, it will be isosceles. Yes, all sides are equal in rhombus. In case of rhombus, all sides are equal. Now, in case of rhombus, whenever you get questions based on rhombus, remember to do one thing which is very important, that draw the perpendicular lengths. Draw the perpendicular lengths always. This will help you much. Let's say if this is E and this is F. If you draw the perpendicular, half of the question is solved. You will have to do nothing much. Now in that case, let's say this length is A and this length is B. Okay, I'll also join the diagonals. See, in this case, what we can say, that quadrilateral AEFB is a rectangle. AEFB is a rectangle, and in that case EF will also be equal to A. And from there, if this length is B, if you take this X, this will become, can you tell me what will be the length of FC? What will be the length of FC as per the given data? Tell me. CD is B, AB is A. What will be the length of FC if I have taken X? If I have taken DE is equal to X, what will be the length of FC? Prakhar, the difference between square and rhombus. Basically, square is a type of rhombus. All squares could be a rhombus, but all rhombus cannot be a square. Okay. In case of square, all the angles are 90 degree, while in case of a rhombus, all angles are not necessarily 90 degree. It could be 90 degree, then it will be known as square. But the basic property of rhombus is a parallelogram whose all sides are equal. That's it. All sides are equal where they will bisect each other. So what will be the length of FC? It will be B minus A minus X. So what we can do here, you can find that AE will be equal to BF. AE will be equal to, these two lengths will be equal. And in that case, it will help you much, like DE square plus AD square, not DE plus AD. These are the steps that I have seen will be used repeatedly in case of trapezium. AD square minus DE square will be equal to BC square minus FC square. This is how you can find the length of X. This is how you can find the length of X, and then you can find the length of AE also, then you can find the area. Also, what is area? area of this quadrilateral ABCD will be equal to half of sum of parallel sides, which is A plus B, into H. What is H? This is H. AE or BF, these are equal to H. Is it going fine till now for all of you? Is it going fine? Had you expected anything else? Are we getting a good revision, guys? Are you getting a brush up? क्या मजा आ रहा है कि जिन्हें सारी चीजें ये चीजें पता है उन्हें मजा आ रहा होगा अभी? अरे भाई साहब, मैंने पढ़ाई तो की है है ना? और जो नहीं जान रहे हैं उनको भी परेशान होने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम अभी कर रहे हैं, है ना? अभी तो कर रहे हैं। चलो बढ़िया। अब मैं बताने जा रहा हूं आपको कुछ बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग चीज रिगार्डिंग ट्रैपेजियम, जो कि मुझे तो नहीं बताया था लोगों ने स्टार्ट में, जो कि बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है, बट काफी टाइम लगा इन चीजों को रियलाइज करने में। एंड see, I have also struggled with trapezium a lot. Whenever I used to see trapezium question, sir dard. But then I got to know there are certain things in trapezium. Once you know those things, there is never going to be a problem solving trapezium question. Okay. Now, what do we know about trapezium? देखो, let's join those diagonals. Now you can see here, if you are able to find this, you can also find the diagonal. Whenever you are asked to find the diagonal, remember this height, ये चीज तो होनी ही चाहिए. You need to make a rectangle, then you can find the length of height. Using that height, you can find anything. You can find the length of diagonal AC. How? You know the length of AE, you will know the length of EC. You can find the diagonal. You can find the other diagonal also. Okay, and once you know the diagonal, see here, we know that AB is parallel to CD. So if this angle is theta, this angle will also be theta. If this angle is alpha, this angle will also be alpha. So one very important thing that we know here now, that triangle AOB will be similar to triangle COD. Triangle AOB will be equal to triangle COD. Okay. Now let's say that OB, yeah, AO upon CO is equal to OB upon OD is equal to AB upon CD. Let's say if this value, okay, if this value is something, let's say A by B, can we say area of triangle AOB divided by area of triangle COD, this will be equal to A square upon B square, है ना? Let's say these are nothing but A square x and B square x. So I am going to write the values here. This is A square x and this is B square x, है ना? Now check this. Can we say that OB upon OD is equal to A by B? So can we say area of triangle AOB divided by area of triangle AOD? Can you tell me this ratio? What will be the ratio of area of triangle AOB upon AOD? टेल मी दिस, हाइट से डायगोनल कैसे निकालेंगे श्रुति? अभी बताया था हाइट से डायगोनल कैसे निकालेंगे. ए स्क्वायर प्लस ई सी स्क्वायर विल बी इक्वल टू ए सी स्क्वायर. ए सी स्क्वायर विल बी इक्वल टू ए स्क्वायर प्लस ई सी स्क्वायर. What will be this ratio, guys? Area of AOB upon area of AOD. Think about this. We learned about it today. जिस रेशियो में बेस होता है उसी रेशियो में एरिया होगा, है ना. सो दिस इज ए बाई बी. सो अगर हमने इसे ए स्क्वायर एक्स लिया है तो ये क्या हो जाएगा, ए एक्स से मल्टीप्लाई कर रहे हैं तो ये हो जाएगा ए बी एक्स. सो दिस विल बिकम ए बी एक्स and similarly this will also become abx. So this is always true in a trapezium. What is always true? That area of triangle AOD will be equal to area of triangle BOC. This is always true. Always true. Okay? This is always true. Also, these are in AP. Not AP, GP. These are in geometric progression. These three are in geometric progression. Doesn't matter you go with this way or this way. We are multiplying it by B by A. If you multiply this by B by A, you will get this. Multiply this by B by A, you will get this. So these three are in AP. Not AP, GP. Sorry. This is always true. Also, what is always true? Area of triangle AOD into area of triangle BOC, which is equal, will be equal to area of triangle AOB into area of triangle COD. This is also true always in case of trapezium. This is also true. ठीक है. Only in trapezium. Yes, Shruti, only in trapezium. X क्यों किया? Because this is ratio. This will be ratio. Okay, this will be ratio. So we have used a multiplication factor to make it actual. Okay. Like अगर A is to B क्या है? 3 is to 5 है. So A 3 और B 5 तो नहीं कह सकते ना. हम क्या कहेंगे? A by B is 3 by 5. That means A is equal to 3x. B is equal to 5x. Like that. Okay. Yes, if isosceles is not trapezium, still all of these are true. Okay, it's not only for a trapezium. Rahul, it's valid on any length of non-parallel sides. Okay, any length. ठीक है. All right. चलो. So trapezium के बाद let's learn about circles. Okay. Let's learn about circles. I will take 2 minutes break. Then I will come just right away. Okay, let's continue with circles now, right? So, in case of circles, what do we know? So, first of all, in case of circles, one of the most important part of circle is if there is a chord AB, then all the angles made by this chord on the same side of the circle will be equal. Like this angle is theta, this angle will also be theta, this angle will also be theta. And if you draw another angle on other side of other segment of this circle, if this is theta, then on the other side this will be 180 degree minus theta, which you can also see that this makes a trapezium, which is known as quadrilateral trapezium. If all the four sides are on circle, then this quadrilateral is known as cyclic quadrilateral. And in case of a chord, if angle made by a chord on the circumference is theta, then angle made by same chord on the center will be 2 theta. Okay. Next is, if a chord is nothing but the diameter, AB is a chord, center lies on this chord, that will make it a diameter, then angle made by this diameter will be 90 degree. Okay. Then comes properties regarding tangent. If there is a tangent like this, and this is a center O, PA is a tangent, then we can say OA will always be perpendicular on AP. OA will always be perpendicular on AP. And then comes another concept regarding tangent. If you draw two tangents from the same point, so let's say if this is P, this is A, and this is B, then these two will always be equal. PA will be equal to PB. Okay. The length of the tangents drawn from the same points are always equal. Now, what's next? Next comes alternate segment theorem. In case of alternate segment theorem, if there is a tangent which is passing through this point, A is known as point of contact. If there is a chord AB, then the angle made by this chord with this tangent, if this angle is theta, then angle made by this chord on the circumference will also be theta. This is what we call alternate segment theorem. This is known as alternate segment theorem. Another concept regarding chord, if two chords are intersecting each other inside the circle, one of the chord is AB, another chord is CD, the intersection point is P, then we can say PA into PB is equal to PC into PD. But what if two chords are not intersecting inside the circle? What if we have two chords which are intersecting outside the circle like this? Like this. Again, this chord is AB, this chord is CD, and this intersection point is P. These two are same diagram. In one of them, chords are intersecting inside the circle. In other one, chords are intersecting outside the circle. Still, our formula will remain same. PA into PB is equal to PC into PD. Same thing. The codes intersecting inside the circle or outside the circle doesn't matter. Okay. Now, in case of tangents, tangents could be direct common tangent in two circles. If we talk about two circles have four tangents, means four common tangents will be like this, means circles are not touching each other. Four common tangents, circle will be like this. If there are three common tangents, what do you understand by this? Three common tangents means circle will be like this. Three common tangents. If two circles have two common tangents like this, then we will have figure like this. It will be mentioned in the question that two circles have two common tangents or one common tangents or three common tangents. If two circles have only one common tangents, then situation will be like this. Four common tangents, three common tangents, two common tangents and one common tangents. This is how you can understand about the number of tangents. All right. Now, next, if you talk about length of direct common tangent. So, if two circles are like this and this is known as direct common tangent. This is known as direct common tangent. Let's say the radius is A and B. Radius, no, not radius. The centers are A and B, and you join the point of contact to the center. Let's say this length is PQ. Then PQ will be the length of direct common tangent. Okay, and we can say PQ will be equal to, this is radius R1, this is radius R2. PQ will be equal to square root of AB square, which is nothing but the distance between the centers, minus R1 minus R2 whole square. This is the length of PQ, which is also known as direct common tangent. Okay. Now, in other case, if you talk about transverse common tangent looks like this. Okay, this is transverse common tangent. Like this. Again, this point is P, this point is Q, and the same information like A and B. A is center of one, B is center of other. This length is R1, this length is R2. Then we can say, in this case, PQ will be equal to square root of AB square minus R1 plus R2 whole square. You will get direct question on this, where length of R1, R2 will be given, the length between AB will be given, and you need to find the length of this. Or you can find any three lengths will be given, you need to find the fourth length. Okay, this is known as transverse common tangent. Okay. Now, apart from this, there is a Ptolemy's theorem in circle if we are talking about a cyclic quadrilateral inside a circle, so this concept is not much used, but let's talk about this. A, B, C, D. Then what is Ptolemy's theorem? Ptolemy's theorem says that AC into BD, the product of AC into BD is equal to AB into CD plus BC into AD. Okay, this is what we call Ptolemy's theorem, but in that case ABCD has to be a cyclic quadrilateral. Okay. Now, with this, we are done with circles. Now we can talk a little bit about polygons. Okay, in case of polygons, we talk about convex polygon. We talk about convex polygon. So sum of all interior angles will be equal to 180 degree into n minus 2 into n minus 2. This will be equal to sum of all interior angle. Okay, this will be sum of all interior angle, and what will be sum of all exterior angle? This will be equal to straight away 360 degree in any polygons. And then let's come to number of diagonals. Number of diagonals will be equal to n into n minus 3 upon 2. N into n minus 3 upon 2 will be the number of diagonals. While if we talk about regular polygons, in case of regular polygons, we can say each interior angle will be equal to 180 n minus 2 divided by n, and each exterior angle will be equal to 360 degree upon n. So in that case, if we talk about each interior angle plus each exterior angle, this will be equal to 180 degree in case of regular polygons. Now in case of pentagon, in case of a regular pentagon, each interior angle is equal to 108 degree. In case of a regular hexagon, each interior angle will be equal to 120 degree. Okay. Devrath area of cyclic quadrilateral is very simple. Let's say this side lengths are A, B, C, D. We know that if this angle is theta, this angle will be 180 degree minus theta, right? So area of cyclic quadrilateral, it will be AB sine theta plus CD sine 180 degree minus theta. We know that sine theta is equal to sine 180 degree minus theta. So in that case, this will be equal to AB plus CD sine theta. But chances are very less that it will be used in the question anywhere. Okay. All right. So hexagon is a very interesting figure. Regular hexagon is a very interesting figure. If we talk about this regular ठीक है. In case of a regular hexagon, all side lengths are equal. A, all of these are equal. Now, if we take the center of it's this hexagon, and you join the side lengths. Okay, let's say this is A, B, C, D, E, and F, and this is O. So, in that case, what will happen? See, this is a regular hexagon. So, this angle will be 1/6 of 360 degree. So, this will become 60 degree. Now, OA will be equal to OB. If this is A, this will become an equilateral triangle. This length will also be A, this length will also be A. So, in that case, we can say area of this regular hexagon will be 6 into root 3/4 A square. Okay. And if you talk about the length of diagonal, like there could be two diagonal FD, length of FD, which is also known as a smaller diagonal, the length will be A root 3. And if we talk about FC, which will be the longer diagonal, the length of longer diagonal will just be double of the side length. Okay, just be double of the side length, which is 2A. This is very important. You can use them in questions directly. If we talk about in radius means if you draw a circle which is touching all these 6 sides, then this will be radius R. Okay, and that radius will be equal to, not this one, this will be circumradius. The radius will be nothing but height of this equilateral triangle. So, in radius will be equal to A root 3/2, and the circumradius will be equal to A. Circumradius, if you join these 6 vertex, okay, this will be the length and this will be R. This is regular hexagon. Whenever we talk about regular polygon or polygon, we talk about convex polygon. Okay, so there is nothing such as difference between convex and regular polygon. It will be given in the question that it's a regular polygon or not regular polygon, but in any case, if it's written polygon, that means we are talking about convex polygon. So that should not be a question. Now, next, after polygon, if we talk about 3D mensuration, in case of mensuration, first, I forgot to tell you guys about area of triangle. How do we find area of a triangle? Area of a triangle, the most basic concept is finding base into height, right? A, B, C, this is D, this is known as H. So this is half into base into height, half into base into height, which in this case will be half into BC into AD. Or you can also use half into AB sine C or half into AC sine B, half into BC sine A. Or instead of these, you can also use Heron's formula, which will be S into S minus A, S minus B, S minus C, where S is equal to the semi-perimeter A plus B plus C upon 2. Or there is also, you can use R into S, R is nothing but in radius, or ABC by 4R, where big R is circumradius. This is how you can find the area of a triangle. These are the methods, and almost every question can be solved using these formula for area. Okay. गाइस हम अलजेब्रा भी करेंगे, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट. Abhishek sir will be joining us very soon, okay, very soon, and then we will continue with this revision and try to cover rest of the topics. Now, apart from that, if we talk about 3D mensuration, okay, if we talk about 3D mensuration, so what will happen in that case? So in case of 3D mensuration, let's start with sphere. So in case of sphere, how do we find volume? Volume is equal to 4 by 3 pi r cube. And what is total surface area? Or it is also known as curved surface area. Curved surface area, which is equal to 4 pi r square. Now, if we talk about hemisphere, volume will be just half. Volume will be 2 by 3 pi r cube. But if we talk about curved surface area, so curved surface area will be 2 pi r square, but total surface area will become 3 pi r square. In case of sphere, now apart from sphere, if we talk about next, which is cube and cuboid. So in case of cube, how do we find lateral surface area? LSA means lateral surface area, which is equal to 4a square. Total surface area will be equal to 6a square, and the volume will be equal to a cube. Okay. If we talk about cuboid, in case of cuboid, lateral surface area will be equal to 2 times length into height plus breadth into height, and total surface area will be equal to 2 times length into breadth, breadth into height, height into length, and the volume will be equal to length into breadth into height. देखो गाइज, अगर स्टूडेंट्स की बातों से जाएं अभी तक, तो ऐसा लगता है कि आज हमें सारे टॉपिक्स करवा देने चाहिए, अलजेब्रा, ज्योमेट्री, अरिथमेटिक, पीएनसी, नंबर्स और प्रोबेबिलिटी भी, विद विद वन एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ एवरी क्वेश्चन, राइट? ऐसा है ना? But there is a limitation. There is a limitation of time. There is a limitation of how much we can give here in one go. है ना? अगर स्टूडेंट्स की जाए तो they will ask us to do everything that all the students have been doing for past years. Right? पूरे के पूरे एक साल का सारा कुछ अब भी के अब भी चाहिए, है ना? But think about this. Is that possible? So just go with the flow here, what I am trying to discuss here, okay? Don't be choosy at this time. You had the time to be choosy, but at this time I am trying to do a basic revision, so let's focus on that, right? In case of diagonals, there are two kind of diagonal. One of them is face diagonal. Face diagonal length will be equal to a root 2, and other is body diagonal. Length of body diagonal will be equal to a root 3. And in this case, there could be face diagonal of 3 different length. It could be a square root of a 3 different length. This will be length square plus breadth square, or length square plus height square, or breadth square plus height square. While if we talk about body diagonal, this will be equal to L square plus B square plus H square. Okay. Now next is about cylinder. So in case of cylinder, what do we know? Lateral surface area will be equal to, in case of cylinder, this is radius r, this is h. So lateral surface area will be equal to 2 pi r into h, and total surface area, this lateral surface area is also known as curved surface area. Total surface area will be equal to 2 pi r square plus 2 pi r h, which is equal to 2 pi r into r plus h. Okay. Then comes volume. In case of cylinder, the volume will be equal to area of the base into height, which is pi r square h. Now next comes cone. In case of cone, this is radius r, this is height h, and this is slant height L. In case of cone, what will be our lateral surface area? It will be pi r L. What will be total surface area? This will be pi r L plus pi r square. And what will be the volume? Volume will be equal to 1 by 3 pi r square h. Now in case of cylinder, if you open a cylinder with respect to the height, if you cut it, then you get a rectangle. Okay, you get a rectangle. Now in case of cone, there is a very interesting part, okay, which is also known as frustum. Okay. if this radius frustum, this is known as, this part is known as frustum, ये देखो, the remaining portion that you can see is known as frustum. So frustum is nothing but a portion of cone. So if you know this length, this will be, let's say this is A, B, C, D and E. We can say triangle ADE will be similar to triangle ABC. And in that case, if this ratio has been given, you can find the ratio of height and you can find everything about this. If we need to find the area of this, volume of this frustum, you can find the volume of bigger cone and then subtract the volume of a smaller cone. All right. कौन सा पार्ट फ्रस्टम है? दिस पार्ट. ऊपर से कट करेंगे तो वो भी तो कोन ही होगा ना. ठीक है. Now in case of pyramid, if you talk about pyramid, usually the pyramid that we learn is a square base pyramid, which you can join here like this. This is a pyramid. फिगर अच्छा नहीं बना है, फिर से ट्राई करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. This is a pyramid. In case of pyramid, pyramid is nothing but whatever you have learned about cone. Cone is a pyramid where there is some base. Okay. In case of pyramid, it's just like, let's say, lateral surface area. If you want to find the lateral surface area, it will be base perimeter by 2 into slant height. Okay. And if you want to find total surface area, this will be equal to lateral surface area plus base area. And if you try to find the volume, so volume will be equal to 1 by 3 into base area into height. Height will be nothing but from apex to the center, from apex this point to this point. This will be our height. But questions based on pyramid has been absent. पिरामिड विद बेस हेक्सागन कैसे होगा? क्यों नहीं होगा? बेस हेक्सागन होना चाहिए. जस्ट ड्रॉ कर दो बेस हेक्सागन बना के. क्या है उसमें? सारे के सारे पॉइंट्स बस एक जगह हमें मर्ज करने हैं. दिस विल बिकम ए हेक्सागन पिरामिड. दैट्स इट. पिरामिड होता क्या है बेसिकली? whatever base is, join those vertex to the apex point. All the vertex, join the vertex to the apex. In case of cone, what is a cone? Cone is also an example of pyramid with infinite side length. All the vertex has been joined to the apex. Okay. All right. So with this slant height edge या vertex से slant height कैसे बताऊं मैं? Slant height is this point. This height is slant height. Actually, this one is not slant height. The If you draw from this vertex to perpendicular to this edge, this will be slant height. Okay, this is slant height. जो फेस दिख रहा है, जो ट्रायंगुलर फेस दिख रहा है, उस ट्रायंगल की जो हाइट होगी वो स्लैंट हाइट होगा, न कि एज. ओके, न कि एज. Okay guys, let's take 4-5 minutes break. Okay, not much, 5 minutes break, and then I'm going to continue with which one? Arithmetic, algebra, PNC, whatever you say. Okay, 5 minutes break, not more than that. Okay, so and after that break, okay, so okay, let's make it a 10-minute break, and then Abhishek sir will continue with you. Okay, and it's time is 2 o'clock. Let's start with 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Let's continue with that. Are you okay? Will you be there or will you be gone? When I return, will I find all of you or not? All right. PNC, algebra, poll. How to take a poll on YouTube, guys? Okay. Algebra is the major portion. Okay, so I will request sir to discuss algebra, and I will also be here. I won't be gone. I will come in between and discuss in between. If I remember some concept in between, something interesting, okay, then I will come in between, join you guys, okay, and then discuss. All right. So let's start. Let's continue at 2 o'clock. Be there.
Hello everyone. Am I audible? Hi everyone. Good afternoon. How are you feeling now? The agenda of the session is quickly walk you through all the formulae. Geometry mention has been done by Sajjan sir. I'll take it ahead with the algebra. In fact, we have done algebra, geometry twice. Like in the last session, I took geometry, all the formulae. So I hope now your geometry is sorted. Quickly walk through algebra, and if we have some time, then we can take up some parts of arithmetic as well, like time, distance, speed, and time in work. Did you guys solve any kind of mock today in the morning, as I told you yesterday? Is the voice fine or is it low? Well, so there are certain things which I will talk about. I won't be telling you how to solve a linear equation, all of you know that. The elimination method, how to find the solutions of equations having two variables, all that stuff, you know. So let us directly come to some special cases. So first of all, I want to tell you three different things that how to represent a straight line. The first one is ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. That is the general form of straight line. General form. Then we have slope intercept form, y is equal to mx plus c. Here m is slope and c is the y-intercept. We call it y-intercept because the moment you put x equal to 0, you will get y is equal to c, right? So this is y is equal to mx plus c, which is very important. And the third form is x by a plus y by b is equal to 1. Here, a is the x-intercept and b is the y-intercept. So the moment you put y as 0, you will get x equal to a. That is x-intercept. The moment you put x equal to 0, you will get y equal to b. That is the y-intercept. Okay. So these three things are there, which I think all of you must understand. And why is it important? I'll just tell you that. By the way, there's one more thing which sometimes becomes important, that if we have, let's say we have a graph and there are 2 points, one let it be x1, y1 and the other one is x2, y2, then the slope is given by y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. Basically, it is the rate of change of vertical distance with respect to horizontal distance. This can be important because there can be some questions like this. Alright? Vishal, this is algebra only. Is the volume low? Vishal, this is algebra. Just a minute, I'll just try to adjust the volume. Have you noted that this down? Everything? ये लिख लिया सबने? अब जल्दी से हम इसका एप्लीकेशन देखेंगे. Well, so let's say we have an equation 2x plus 3y is equal to 60. So they can ask how many solutions are there in different cases. So the first case is how many integral solutions are there. Second, natural solutions. Third, whole solutions. Fourth, negative solutions. Okay, so we have to answer all these questions, all four of it. Try to answer it one by one. Harshit will come to that also, area. Okay, so we can have these four different cases. Now how to find it, I'll tell you, and also I'll tell you, I'll give you the graphical interpretation of this. 2x plus 3y is equal to 60. Now you must understand one simple thing, that if I want to draw a line out of it, how will I draw? So the last representation, that is x by a plus y by b equal to 1, that is the 2 intercept form. We can write this as, if I divide everything by 60, I'll get x by 30 plus y by 20 is equal to 1, right? This means 30 is the x-intercept and 20 is the y-intercept. So if I want to draw the line, this is how it will look like. This becomes 30, 0 and this becomes 0, 20. Is that clear, everyone? Is that clear? This part is clear, I hope. So once we can see the graph, the certain things which we will understand. All the points on this straight line will be a solution. So if I talk about integral solutions, as you can see that a straight line has got infinite length, right? It can extend in both directions infinitely. That means we will be having infinite integral solutions. Is that clear? ये line जहां जहां जाएगी वहां वहां solution बनाएगी. So we will be having infinite. Agrima, Harshit, there will be infinite solutions. Rishabh, cat won't ask 3 variable because that will be 3 dimensions, x, y, z. That is not an ambit of cat. Cool, it's not 11, it's infinite. Now coming to natural solutions. What is natural? Greater than 0 and integers. So as you can see, well, there's one more thing which I want you to understand. This quadrant where x is greater than 0 and y is also greater than 0 is called the first quadrant. Here x is less than 0 and y is greater than 0, the second quadrant. X and y both are less than 0, the third quadrant. X is greater than 0. And y is less than 0, that is the fourth quadrant. First, second, third, and fourth. Now from this line we can directly tell that the only finite number of solutions can be natural or whole. For everything else we will be having infinite solutions. Can I say that? ध्यान समझना इस बात को. x और y फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट में ही फाइनाइट सोल्यूशन है क्योंकि यहाँ पे हमारे पास एंड पॉइंट्स हैं लाइन के 0,20 से 30,0 तक. बाकी हर कहीं इधर we have infinite solutions. Here also we have infinite solutions, but at the same time they have asked negative solutions. The answer is 0 because you can see that this line is not present in third quadrant. Am I clear, everyone? This I will tell how to deal with these two. But first of all, we need to understand that for integers we have infinite, for negative we have 0 solutions. Because this line would never lie in the third quadrant. Cool enough? So they might give you a condition, they'll ask you how many solutions are there, and you can directly do it via graphs. You can even visualize this graph in your mind. Cool enough. ठीक है. Hope it is clear to all of you. I'm going to erase this, and now coming to the natural and whole solution. So 2x plus 3y is equal to 60, and we need to find whole and natural solutions. First thing, as we can see that 2 and 3 both are the factors of 60. Both are the factors of 60. That means if I put y equal to 0, x will be a proper integer. It won't be a fraction, right? Similarly, at x equal to 0, y will be a proper integer. It won't be a fraction. This is what we know. The other thing is that we need to understand that the values of x, see, two things will happen. If I get a value of x, let it be x1, and a value of y, let it be y1. So the values of x will increase by the coefficient of y, x1 plus 3. पहला solution x1 होगा, दूसरा x1 plus 3 हो जाएगा, then x1 plus 6 हो जाएगा, and so on. Similarly, the values of y will decrease by the coefficient of x, y1 minus 2, y1 minus 4, and so on. At the same time, reverse can also happen. What I have said, x increases, y decreases. It is also possible that x decreases and y increases, but both won't be simultaneously increasing or decreasing. One will increase, other will decrease. Is that clear, everyone? For this kind of equation, this is going to happen. Understood? So I am dealing with the logic. Formula तो ठीक है, सबको पता है, but the logic. I hope this is clear. Now, why is it happening? You need to understand. If I write this in form of which form is this? This is slope intercept form. Y is equal to mx plus c. Here you can see the slope is negative, isn't it? Minus 2 by 3. The slope is negative. If you compare, m is minus 2 by 3. The slope is negative. इसीलिए ऐसा हो रहा है कि दोनों लोग साथ में बढ़ या घट नहीं रहे हैं. एक बढ़ रहा है और एक घट रहा है. Cool? Got it? है ना? नेगेटिव स्लोप है. अगर मैं डिवाइड कर रहा हूं y2 माइनस y1 अपॉन x2 माइनस x1, तो नेगेटिव कब आएगा? When numerator and denominator are of opposite signs, plus upon minus or minus upon plus. So I hope it is clear to all of you. ठीक है. So once we have done that, the first thing that we need to find is solution. The first solution, that is x equal to 30. So x1 is 30 and y1 is 0. Automatically, the value of x will keep on decreasing by 2. बाद में 28 हो जाएगा, then 26, 24, and so on. This will go till 0. Okay, so how many solutions would we have? 30 से शुरू हुआ, दो कम हो रहा है और 0 तक जा रहा है. We have a total of 16 solutions which are whole. Why whole? Because we have also counted 0. But if we want to have the natural solutions, it will be 14. Clear? So Harsh will come to that, don't worry. पहले ये वाला क्लियर हो गया सबको? अच्छा, x का 3 से मैंने गलत लिख दिया. Sorry for that. 27, 24, and so on till 0. So overall, we'll have how many? 3 tens are 11 solutions, 11 whole solutions, and 9 natural solutions. Clear? Got it, everyone? और हमेशा काउंट उस नंबर से करो जो कम हो रहा हो. द रीजन इज सिंपल. ये 0 से कितना आगे जाएगा वी डोंट नो, बढ़ता चला जाएगा पॉजिटिव में, बट यहाँ हमें कंडीशन पता है कि 0 पे हमें रुक जाना है. सो व्हेन वी काउंट the 0, we have whole solutions, that is 11. If we count the natural solutions, we'll have only 9 because the first and last will not be counted. I hope it is clear to all of you. Now I'll change the sign. Of this to coefficient and then see what happens. Now I have 2x minus 3y is equal to 60. Okay, 2x minus 3y equal to 60. Now I would like all of you to draw the graph and tell me in which quadrant we have finite solutions, infinite solutions and no solutions. ठीक है, बात समझ में आ गई है? कैसे करेंगे? Tell me the first step. How do we find that in which quadrant would we have no solutions, finite solutions and infinite solutions? नेहा नेगेटिव तो इनफाइनाइट हो जाएंगे ना. So how to do that? First of all, you need to change this into slope intercept form. So we will have x by 30 dividing by 60 minus y by 20 is equal to 1. This is slope intercept form. So as you can see here, the x-intercept is positive, but y-intercept is negative. So this is how the line will look like. I think this pen is not working fine. This is 30 comma 0 and this one is 0 comma minus 20. Is that clear, everyone? All right, very good. So basically हुआ क्या? Basically क्या हुआ? कि here in the fourth quadrant we will get finite solutions, right? And in other quadrants we will get. So question क्या पूछेगा? वो बोल देगा चलो बताओ इसके कितने natural solutions हैं? What is natural when both x and y are greater than 0? So the answer will be how much? टेक्निक अच्छी है ना, ये हमें कोई टेंशन लेनी नहीं है. डायरेक्टली वी कैन टेल द आंसर. हाउ मेनी नेचुरल सॉल्यूशंस डू वी हैव? द आंसर इज इनफाइनाइट, और वी कैन आल्सो से कैन नॉट बी डिटरमाइंड. व्हाई? बिकॉज नेचुरल सॉल्यूशंस लाई इन फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट. फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट में लाइन बढ़ती ही चली जा रही है, इसके फाइनाइट वैल्यूज है ही नहीं. अंडरस्टूड एवरीवन? देखो 0 या 9 नहीं होगा, कैनॉट बी डिटरमाइंड होगा या इनफाइनाइट होगा. ओके, सेम विद होल नंबर ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस. ठीक है. ओके, अगर मैं ये बोल दे कि x इज ग्रेटर देन 0 एंड y इज लेस देन 0, देन हाउ मेनी सॉल्यूशंस वुड वी हैव? इन दिस केस यू विल बी एबल टू फाइंड द नंबर ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस. कितने हो जाएंगे? लास्ट वाला केस ही है, 9 ही होंगे. जैसे लास्ट टाइम 9 नेचुरल थे, यहाँ पे 9 ये वाले होंगे इन द फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट. सो नंबर ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस वुड रिमेन द सेम. The only thing is that the quadrant would keep on changing depending on the slope. Cool? Well, now if I write this equation in terms of slope intercept form, what I'm going to get? I'll get y is equal to 2 by 3 times x minus 20. This is what I'm going to get. If you see here, the coefficient of x is 2 by 3. The slope is positive. The slope is positive. So when the slope is positive, both will either increase or either decrease. Clear? ये बात समझ में आ चुकी है. तो दो कंडीशन थे. Slope is negative, one will increase, other will decrease, and vice versa. But if slope is positive, both will either increase or decrease. Cool? अच्छा, इस क्वेश्चन में अगर मैं पूछूं व्हाट इज दी हाउ मेनी होल सॉल्यूशंस आर देयर? होल सॉल्यूशन कितने हो जाएंगे यहाँ पे? हर्षित, इट्स नॉट 11. होल सॉल्यूशन वुड ओनली बी वन, विच इज दिस वन. ओनली वन होल सॉल्यूशन इज देयर बिकॉज अदर सॉल्यूशंस विल बी नेगेटिव. अभिषेक 9 कैसे, जैसे लास्ट टाइम हमने किया था ना, जो ये वाला किया है, यहाँ पे 9 सॉल्यूशंस थे, सेम वही होगा. द ग्राफ इज सेम, इट जस्ट दैट इट इज लाइंग इन अ डिफरेंट क्वाड्रेंट. नथिंग हैज चेंज्ड. होल सॉल्यूशन विल बी ओनली वन. क्लियर? प्रेरणा, वही तो बता रहा हूं. होल सॉल्यूशंस एक होंगे, नेचुरल एक भी नहीं होगा, वह नेचुरल इनफाइनाइट होंगे. क्लियर? गॉट इट एवरीवन? कूल. ये इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट था, तो ऐसा ना हो जाए कि आप वहां कल गलत कर दो, इन केस समथिंग लाइक दिस कम्स टू यू. होल सॉल्यूशन यहां पे कितने हो जाएंगे? Only one is 0 and rest there are so many because all the natural numbers are also whole numbers. So we have infinite whole solutions, not even one. सिर्फ एक ऐसा है जहां पे 0 है, बाकी सारे 0 से बड़े हो जाएंगे. So natural is infinite, whole is infinite. Only in this case we get finite solutions. And in which case we don't have any solution if x is less than 0 and y is greater than 0. This thing will never happen. If you try to solve this equation, you will never get a value in which x is less than 0 and y is greater than 0. This will never happen. All right? All right? Yeah, every natural number is whole number, Avnish. ठीक है? अगर आप सॉल्व करने बैठ जाओ, आपको मालूम पड़ेगा कि एक भी ऐसा सोल्यूशन नहीं है जहां पे x नेगेटिव हो जाए और y पॉजिटिव हो जाए. दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. क्लियर? टू साइमल्टेनियस के सोल्यूशन निकालने हैं, भी वो तो आता ही होगा ना, वो तो एलिमिनेशन ऑफ कोफिशिएंट होता है. ओके, लेट अस डील विद वन मोर. लेट्स से आई हैव समथिंग लाइक दिस, -2x plus 3y is equal to 60. Now you have to tell me how many natural solutions are there and in which quadrant would we have finite solutions. Tell me quickly. Natural कितने होंगे और किस quadrant में finite solutions होंगे. Third, in which quadrants would we have infinite solutions, and fourth, in which quadrant would we have zero solutions. Be quick. अरे संगीता, होल नंबर्स क्या होते हैं? 0 से स्टार्ट होते हैं, नेचुरल नंबर 1 से स्टार्ट होते हैं, बस इतना ही तो है. कंफ्यूजन क्या है इसमें? होल में 0 वाला ऐड कर देंगे, नेचुरल में नहीं करेंगे. दैट्स इट. हिमांशु विल डू दैट एज वेल. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल टेल मी द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. कैसा ग्राफ बनेगा? What is the x-intercept here? The x-intercept is -30 and y-intercept is 20, right? So graph will look like this. तो नेचुरल कितने हो जाएंगे? इनफाइनाइट. बिल्कुल सही बात है. फाइनाइट कहाँ मिलेंगे? इन द सेकेंड क्वाड्रेंट. इनफाइनाइट कहाँ मिलेंगे? फर्स्ट एंड थर्ड बोथ. सेकेंड क्वाड्रेंट. इनफाइनाइट फर्स्ट में भी है और फोर्थ में भी है. फर्स्ट एंड फोर्थ. जीरो सॉल्यूशंस फर्स्ट एंड थर्ड. Zero solution in the fourth quadrant. Okay. In first, this line is there. In third, also this line is there. Infinitely growing. In second, the line has got fixed points. In fourth quadrant, the line is not even present. So in fourth, we won't be having any solutions. Basically, when x is greater than 0 and y is less than 0, you won't get a single solution like that. चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ये मैं पूछ रहा हूं आपसे. ये समझ में आ गया? नाउ दिस कैन बी आस्क्ड इन डिफरेंट वेज. नाउ इफ आई हैव समथिंग लाइक दिस, ax plus by is equal to 60. See, I'm framing a question, okay? Has no natural solutions. then. Okay, let us solve this question and then move on to the next concept. Has no natural solution, then first has no natural solutions for, first is x is greater than 0, y is greater than 0. Second, x less than 0, y greater than 0. Third, x greater than 0, y less than 0. Fourth, x is less than 0 and y is less than 0. Tell me which is the correct option over here. This is a very nice question. अग्रिमा ने बिल्कुल सही कहा है. वेरी गुड, ग्रेट, बहुत अच्छी बात है. इससे क्या मतलब है? इफ आई ड्रॉ द ग्राफ, नेचुरल सॉल्यूशन नहीं है, मतलब लाइन इधर नहीं आनी चाहिए, तो कहां आएगी? ऐसे आ जाएगी, राइट? ये कौन सा केस है? यहाँ y is also negative and x is also negative. Both are negative. Both the intercepts are negative. Just hope something like this comes in the exam tomorrow. मेरे ख्याल से ये थोड़ा सा ठीक है, ये आप समझ सकते थे by common sense, but now I have taught you this part, so I think this might be helpful for you. ये बिल्कुल एक मिनट, सौरभ तुम सही कह रहे हो. यहाँ मैंने जो x लिखा हुआ है, बेसिकली इट कैन बी ए बी भी कर सकते हो, या फिर यहाँ पे आप ए बी पॉजिटिव बोल दो, दैट इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल. द गिवन इन द क्वेश्चन दैट ए एंड बी आर पॉजिटिव, और यहाँ पे बोल देगा कि ए एक्स की जगह ए बी कर देगा. आई होप यू गॉट द आइडिया. ठीक है, बेसिकली आई वांट टू टेल यू दिस आइडिया दैट हाउ इट हैपेंस, दैट्स इट. ओके, so we are done with this kind of solutions, this kind of equations. Now, yeah, Lakshit, you have got the idea, right? Now, let us do one more kind of question. So 1 by x plus 1 by y is equal to 1 by 12. ये काफ़ी common questions देखे होंगे आप लोगों ने. So how are we going to solve this kind of question? Something less comes in the exam. How do we do that? Yeah, Saurabh, exactly. You got the idea, right? For this, we have x plus y upon xy is equal to 1 by 12. Solving it further, we'll get 12x plus 12y minus xy is equal to 0. Cool? Now pay attention. Out of these two, let's take x common. We'll have 12 minus y plus 12y is equal to 0. Now when we try to solve an equation, we want to have common terms. तो क्या कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे? Here we have x, it is 12 minus y. Can I do one simple thing? मैं इधर 12 के स्क्वायर को दोनों साइड ऐड कर दूं. एनी प्रॉब्लम? इफ आई ऐड द स्क्वायर ऑफ 12 ऑन बोथ द साइड्स, वुड देयर बी एनी प्रॉब्लम? नो. So let's take in between this, you know, I need 12 minus 5. तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूं? मैं बाहर क्या निकाल दूं कॉमन? I'll take minus 12 common. So inside the bracket, what I'm going to have? minus 2 कॉमन निकाल दिए. So minus y तो रहेगा ही रहेगा, यहाँ पे एक 12, आई वॉन्ट टू हैव समथिंग लाइक दिस ओनली. तो बाहर क्या है? द -144 हैज बिन इंट्रोड्यूस्ड. तो बाहर +144 भी लगा दिया है. तो लुक एट इट इन डिफरेंट वे. डायरेक्टली उस स्टेप पे देखते हैं. moment I did it, what have I introduced here? I have introduced -144, so I need to add 144 as well. अभी ये बात क्लियर हो गई है all of you? Now I can take x minus 12 common and 12 minus y common and right hand side में -144 हो जाएगा. But to make them look similar, I can multiply both sides by -1 and this becomes positive. So now the equation becomes very simple. Basically x minus 12 and y minus 12 are factors of 144. Clear? Is that part clear to all of you? Khushi Bansal, it's not complicated. 144, ये मैं कुछ, look at this, no? I'll give you a shortcut technique. Wow. ABC square simple, yeah, of course, all of us know that. We're just walking through it, ना? एक एक करके क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है? That is what I'm going to tell you. Khushi Bansal. Why is it happening? You know that? How? Why is it happening? Basically, we have two different numbers when multiplied give 144. तो ये हमें करना है. So essentially, this is a question which asks in how many ways can we write 144 as a product of two different factors. तो नंबर सिस्टम का क्वेश्चन था. तो आज के बाद कभी भी ऐसा सवाल कभी आ जाए आपके सामने, व्हाट यू हैव टू डू व्हेन यू समथिंग लाइक दिस, जो भी यहाँ पे दिया होगा उसके स्क्वायर के उसके जो स्क्वायर है उसको कितनी तरीके से हम लोग उसको दो फैक्टर्स के प्रोडक्ट के बराबर दिखा सकते हैं. दैट विल बी द शॉर्टकट. गॉट इट एवरीवन? Understood? ये इसीलिए होता है because when we take 12 common, we need an extra 12. That is why it becomes the square. हिमांशु, जैसे मान लो x के ऊपर a दिया है, y के ऊपर b दिया है, ऐसा कुछ होगा. Saurashish, can I explain it again? Yeah, it's written in front of you. Just look at it once and you will get it. Then I will tell about what if there is a or b given over there. Rishikesh. 144. What is 144? Square of 12. That means 2 to the power 4 into 3 square. Okay. So how many factors do we have here? 4 plus 1, 5. 3 plus 1, 2 plus 1 is 3. 15 solutions are there in totality. We have 15 solutions. तो कितने पेयर बन पाएंगे? How many pair would we have? 1 into 144 इस तरीके से, 2 into 72 and so on. In the end we will have 12 into 12 as well. So 15 के 7.5 दिखाई दे रहा है. The last one will be a pair in which both the factors are same because 144 is a perfect square. This will always happen. So we have 8 different possibilities. Clear? 8 different possibilities. All right. Nishant will come to that. ये clear हो गया सबको? 15 factors are there, so 8 different possibilities are there. और अगर ये ordered pair बोलेगा तो आंसर is 15. Like x and y are different values altogether, then we have 15. क्योंकि फिर इसका उल्टा भी पॉसिबल हो जाएगा, 144 into 1. In that case, x minus 12 can be taken as 144. When it's ordered paired, answer is 15. Otherwise, when x and y को different नहीं माना जा रहा, तो answer is 8. But normally they ask ordered pair. Cool? Got it, everyone? नेगेटिव नहीं हो पाएगा ना हिमांशु, सी बिकॉज इफ यू ऐड दीज टू यूल ऑलवेज गेट अ पॉजिटिव वैल्यू, नो. नेगेटिव नहीं हो पाएगा. Avanish, they will always ask it. If it is not given in the question, you will always assume it to be ordered pairs. अगर वो बोलेगा unordered, then it will be 8. 8 कैसे आया? ये लिखा तो है मैंने, 1 into 144, 2 into 72. So 144 को दो नंबर्स में कैसे आप ब्रेक कर सकते हो? We have 15 factors. Okay, wait. 144. 1 into 144 is the first one. Then we have 2 into 72. So keep on breaking it like this. अगर 15 फैक्टर होंगे तो कितने पेयर बनेंगे? 15 में से एक फैक्टर खुद 12 है, which is the square root of 144. 12 into 12 will be the last pair. It is same number. तो 15वां फैक्टर हमारा ये हो गया, बाकी 14 फैक्टर के 7 पेयर्स बनेंगे ना? Isn't it? The number of factors divided by 2. That's it. Yeah, basically we have to check all the factors of 144. That's it. Well, if nothing is given in the question, you will always find the ordered pair. If they write specifically unordered, in that case, the answer will be 8. Otherwise, 15 will be the answer. सबको समझ में आ चुका है? Neha, clear? Okay, when we have something like this, a upon x plus b upon y is equal to, let's say, 1 upon c. When we have something like this, in this case, that is ab c square, not the whole square, a multiplied by b multiplied by c square. हिमांशु ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. The reason is simple. Y minus 12 is minus 144 in your case. So if you add, if you find the value of y, it will be negative. Negative तो आएगा ही नहीं, है ना? And they'll always ask you, that it is positive. नंदन non-negative ही 15 होगा. All right. Now let us come to the next, that is quadratic. So in the equations, linear equations, these are few things on which CAT can frame a question. जतिन, इंटीग्रल में एक प्रॉब्लम होगी. देखो प्रॉब्लम क्या होगी? The value that we got was of x minus 12 and y minus 12. Okay. So if you equate this value to the given factors, ये अगर positive आ रहा है x और y, तब तो वो होगा. Otherwise नहीं होगा. So you will have to check for all the values, and that is why CAT won't ask you, because they don't want you to waste 10 minutes. Right, Jatin? So if I assume, see, x minus 12 और ये y minus 12 को अगर मैं दोनों को -1 यहाँ ले लूँ, यहाँ -144 ले लूँ, what is going to happen? X will become 11 and y will become negative. Okay. So whenever they ask it, you'll have to check specific conditions, and that is why they won't be asking it. वो जो values आए थे वो किसके थे? x minus 12, y minus 12 के थे, x और y के नहीं थे, तो check करना पड़ जाएगा. Well, coming to quadratic now. In the case of quadratic, let us walk through it quickly. This is a quadratic expression, general form. It always has two roots. Let the roots be alpha and beta. And if I take a higher degree equation, this is what general form will look like. And in this case, we have three roots. So sum of all the roots taken one at a time, sum of roots taken one at a time will be minus b by, similar to quadratic, but sum of product of roots taken two at a time, alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma alpha. This will be c by a, and if I multiply all the roots, it will be minus d by a. All we have to keep in mind कि ये हमेशा डिनोमिनेटर में a ही रहेगा, then b, c, d ऐसे रहेगा, but the signs will keep on changing alternately. Minus b plus c, minus d plus e, and that is how it works. Is that clear? Harshit will do that in the modulus case. Is that clear? They won't be going beyond this. अगर fourth order हो भी गया, तो you understand alpha plus beta plus gamma plus delta will be minus b by and so on. The only thing we have to keep in mind is that this sign will keep on changing from minus plus and so on. Okay. Also, when we have two roots, alpha and beta, then the factors of the equation will be x minus alpha and x minus beta by factor theorem. This will always be equal to 0. So if you, the two forms, if you know the roots of the equation, you can use this, and this will be the general form of all the quadratic expressions. Okay, all the quadratic expressions in terms of graph form a parabola. They form a parabola. The points at which the parabola touches or cuts the axis are known as its roots. In this case, it's alpha and beta. The value of roots is always given by this expression, where root b square minus 4ac will be called as the discriminant. This will be called as the discriminant. Okay. अब मेरे को सब लोग बात बताएंगे. Whenever we are able to find this value, we will have two different roots, and when we are not able to find this value, there will be only one root. मतलब अगर discriminant 0 हो जाए, 0, positive, negative, we can have three different cases. When it is 0, this won't even exist, so root will be minus b by 2a only. In that case, the graph will just touch the x-axis but never cross it. So in this case, alpha and beta are equal. Clear? I'll mark it with green. I hope it is clear. When it is positive, this is going to happen, and when it is negative, the graph will just hang in the air like this. It will never touch the x-axis. Cool? Okay. इसके अंदर भी हमारे पास in the positive we have two different cases. Case 1, when discriminant is a perfect square. This is very important. Based on this, CAT can frame questions, and discriminant is not of perfect square. They're two different cases. So logically speaking, if this is a perfect square, we are able to find the square root. That means the roots will be rational. Roots will be rational. Let's say discriminant 4 आ गया या 9 आ गया या 16 आ गया, तो you will always get a square root, so you can get the answer, rational answer. But whenever it's not a perfect square, for example discriminant becomes 2 or 3, so root 2 की value पता ही नहीं हमें, that will be irrational. Is that understood? Based on these things only cat can frame n number of questions. They won't ask you solve this quadratic equation, या वो सब नहीं पूछेंगे. Based on these simple things, they can ask you different questions. Okay? Is that clear? Based on this, I'm going to frame a question right now. And let's see how many of you do it. Tell me in the comments. This whole is clear. This is the revision of discriminant and the roots of quadratic equations. So, if I ask you one question, 2x square plus 7x plus 6 is greater than 0, then find the interval of x. Find the values of x. They will of course give the option. I'm not giving you the options. You will have to tell me after solving it. Which interval would we have? Everybody is saying -4, -3. Are you sure? Agrima is saying the same thing. Ajim ऐसा बोलो, don't know the answer. कल एग्जाम है. पता है मैंने ना in the classes चिल्ला के 5-6 बता चुका हूँ मैं कि इनके रूट्स को फाइंड करने का शॉर्टकट टेक्निक. 2 into 6 is 12, 4 into 3 is 12. Just write it like this. Change the signs and divide by a. So roots are -2 and -3 by 2. It's not -4 and -3. And you guys have put -4 and -3 and you have got it wrong. अब कल ये मत कर देना यार please. This is the most disappointing stuff that I'm seeing right now. Just one day before the exam. कितनी गलत बात है ना ये. Why are you doing it like this? The graph will look like this. This thing is -2 and this thing is -3 by 2. It is positive beyond -2 and above -3 by 2. iQuanta से सही करा है. Okay, then I'm cool. Cool. सभी सही कर लो. जो iQuanta नहीं है वो भी देख लो. By the way, I just told you a shortcut technique to the people who are not my students, that this is how you can solve a quadratic equations quickly. वो तुम्हें break करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Normally you break it and do all that stuff. You don't have to do that. This is how you can do it quickly. Okay. one more question. If we have something like this, ax square plus bx plus c is greater than 0 for all real values of x, if it is greater than 0 for all real values of x, then नीचे कुछ पॉइंट्स लिख रहा हूँ मैं. B square is greater than 4ac, B square is less than 4ac, B square is equal to 4ac, fourth cannot be determined. No, Gaurav, there is no exception. Lot of people are marking 1, and the people who are marking 1 they got biased in one simple thing. देखो ध्यान से सुनना, ये उनके लिए है जिन्होंने 1 मार्क किया हुआ है. बाय द वे 1 इज रॉन्ग, बट आपने क्या सोच के 1 मार्क किया, दैट इज व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू. सो you all have studied this part, that discriminant is greater than 0 or b square is greater than 4ac, then we will have real roots, real and distinct roots. सबको लगा कि ये देखो ये सारे रूट्स पॉजिटिव दिख रहे हैं तो ये मार्क कर देते हैं. थिंग इज हियर द रूट्स आर नॉट पॉजिटिव. ऑल आई एम सेइंग दैट दिस इक्वेशन इज ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव. डू यू गेट दैट? दिस इक्वेशन इज ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव. दैट इज व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू ओवर हियर. तो रूट्स पॉजिटिव होना या नेगेटिव रूट्स रियल होना और इक्वेशन पॉजिटिव होना दो अलग अलग बातें हैं. Shivi, Gaurav, and some people who have marked 1, now I think you understand that why 1 is wrong. Is that clear, everyone? Clear to those people who marked 1? और आपने 1 मार्क करने का लॉजिक भी था. You also had the logic, you know, you did it confidently wrong. Cool. Here the roots की बात हुई नहीं है, इस एक्सप्रेशन की बात हुई है. Those who have marked 2, they are partially correct. जल्दीबाजी में उन्होंने ये smartness में दिखा दिया. This is also wrong. The reason is simple, because this can happen only if the coefficient of x square is positive, which is not given in this case. So the answer is cannot be determined. Okay? Cannot be determined. So when I was telling you the graphs, I told you the graph will keep on hanging in the case when b square is less than 4ac. And that is why you marked it. But this happens when the graph is facing upwards. What if the graph is facing downwards? ये भी तो हो सकता है. Graph might face downwards. So you have to keep in mind the graph faces upwards when coefficient of x square is positive, the graph faces downwards when the coefficient of x square is negative. So unless this is mentioned, we cannot mark the answer. The answer is cannot be determined. Gaurav bhai, solve it कर रहा हूँ. ये देखो. This is how we solve it. Is that clear, everyone? फंसना मत इन चीज़ों में. आज मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, मैं तुम्हें फंसा रहा हूँ उन चीज़ों में, तुम कल फंस सकते हो. यही छोटी मोटी बातें ना बाद में याद आती हैं कि यार काश हम छोटी बातें सोच लेते तो गलतियां ना होती. आई होप इट इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. ठीक है. सो नोट इट डाउन समवेयर, जस्ट डोंट सॉल्व द क्वेश्चन, दैट इज नॉट द थिंग. The only thing is that you should note down things. The graph will face upwards when a is greater than 0. The graph will face downwards when a is less than 0. All right. Yeah. And when b square is less than 4ac, we have imaginary roots. When the roots are imaginary, that means the graph is not touching the x-axis. It lies hanging somewhere. No, Abhishek, वहाँ भी d less than 0 ही होगा. We'll come to that. Wait. Chalo. Let us try to change the same question. I'll change a few things from this question and see how the question actually becomes. मैंने बोल दिया less than 0 and it's known that a is less than 0, then what is true here? Exactly, Nishant. नहीं बीवी, ऐसा नहीं होता. नेगेटिव साइन नहीं है तो पॉजिटिव मानेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. ए कैन बी नेगेटिव. चलो इसका बताओ मेरे को. In this case also, second is correct. और ये वाला solution होगा इसका, this, not this. So graph will be inverted, parabolic facing downwards, and the roots will be imaginary. So roots will be imaginary in b square is less than 4ac only. तो यार फिर लोगों ने गलती की. मैथ यार. See, a की वैल्यू कुछ भी हो, this will be used only when the roots are real. Okay? डिस्क्रिमिनेंट पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बस ग्राफ की डायरेक्शन पे फर्क पड़ता है ए की वैल्यू से. इज दैट क्लियर एवरीवन? So don't get confused in that. Cool. दीपक, इसमें इंटीग्रल सॉल्यूशन फाइंड करने को नहीं बोलता, बिकॉज देयर विल बी इनफाइनाइट सॉल्यूशंस, नो, यू कैन नॉट फाइंड दैट. These are some very simple things that can go wrong. ऋषिका, यहाँ पे 4 नहीं 2 ही होगा, because I have given already a is less than 0. Okay. A few more important things. If a is greater than 0, minima exists, and if a is greater than 0, and if a is less than 0, maxima exists. By the way, this is obvious because if you look at the graph, when a is greater than 0, graph will look like this, and when a is less than 0, the graph will look like this. So as you can see, in the first case there is a point at which graph becomes minimum. This point is known as the minima, and this point will be known as the maxima. By the way, थोड़ा मैं इसको रुक जाओ 1 मिनट, मैं ऐसे नहीं बनाऊंगा. So this point, okay. ये मैक्सिमा कौन सा होगा? This is basically the maxima, and this is the maximum value. Clear? So they might ask two things. If they ask you maxima will be the value of x, and maximum value will be the value of the function itself, or on y. Similarly, this is known as minima, and this will be known as the minimum value. I hope it's clear. So minima and maxima are the values of x, at which the graph touches its changes its direction by 180 degrees. Cool. दोनों बातें एक ही हैं. By the way, एक चीज और सोचने की है यहाँ पे. All of you can relate to that. This is root 1 and this is root 2. Similarly, here also this is root 1 and this is root 2. And as parabola is symmetric, it's a symmetric graph. तो जो minimum point आएगा वो alpha beta के बिल्कुल बीचों बीच आएगा. Yes or no? That is the average of alpha and beta in both the case. So be it maxima or be it minima, it will always be the average of the roots. Always. ठीक है? बस वही चीज alpha plus beta by 2 मिनिमा कहलाएगी if a is greater than 0, मैक्सिमा कहलाएगी if a is less than 0. By the way, alpha plus beta is minus b by a. This will be minus b by 2a. Is that clear? All of you? Decast rule, sort of, it's not important because cat won't ask questions on that. Is that clear, everyone? Okay. Well, some more important things. In this expression, if b square minus 4ac is less than 0, we will get imaginary roots for sure. But one imaginary root will be coming with plus, other will be coming from minus. So basically, the important point is imaginary roots occur in pairs. Is that clear, everyone? Also, imaginary roots are conjugates of each other. Is that clear? कभी भी एक इमेजिनरी रूट नहीं हो सकते. 2 होंगे, 4 होंगे, 6 होंगे, एटसेट्रा. Cool. So let's say there is a question. The question is like this. Fx is equal to ax to the power 5 plus bx to the power 4 plus cx cube plus dx square plus ex plus d, ऐसा बोला हुआ है. Then find me. Then what can be the possible number of real roots? Okay, so I'm giving you some options. Tell me the answer to this question. What can be the possible number of real roots? बिल्कुल सही. 3. Why? Because these imaginary roots can always occur in pairs. So there will always be even number of imaginary roots and the remaining will be odd number of real roots. Why? Because the degree is 5. So what is the possibility? अगर real is this, imaginary is this, so we can have these possibilities. 1 real, 4 imaginary, right? 3 real, 2 imaginary, 5 real, 0 imaginary. Only these 3 possibilities are there. I hope it is clear to all of you. So this is a kind of question which is based on simple logic. The same logic works for irrational roots as well. Okay? So here, if I add a condition in this, that b square minus 4ac is not a perfect square, is not a perfect square. So what are you going to get? You will be getting irrational roots. So what is happening for imaginary, same will happen for irrational. Irrational roots will also occur in pairs. कभी ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि 3 irrational roots आ जाएं, हमेशा pairs में ही आएंगे. क्या नहीं समझा आर्यन? ये समझ में आ गया कि इमेजिनरी रूट्स ऑलवेज अकर इन पेयर्स. पेयर होगा ना, मतलब 2 होंगे या 4 होंगे या 6 होंगे. हियर द डिग्री इज 5, तो कितने हो सकते हैं? 0 हो सकते हैं, एक भी इमेजिनरी ना हो. या 2 होंगे, 4, 6 तो होंगे नहीं, डिग्री ही 5 है. ओवरऑल वी हैव 5 रूट्स. Descartes' rule will start come from this only, but I would not take its name because people get confused. Last दिन नहीं करना चाहिए वराट ये सब. But this is what Descartes' rule is. ठीक है? तो 5 ही रूट्स अगर हैं तो इमेजिनरी क्या हो सकता है? पेयर्स में होंगे, एक भी नहीं होगा, 2 होंगे या 4 होंगे. Aryan, is that clear now? Sum of these two will always be 5 because 5 रूट तो होने ही है ना. Clear to all of you? So this can be a question. Well, quadratic roots are over. Now we'll go to a bit of modulus and inequalities. Cool. By the way, inequalities are very much similar to quadratic and other polynomials. It's just that equal to की जगह less than, greater than, all those signs will be used. So let's say we have something like this, x to the power 5 we have something like this. The question is x minus 3 into x plus 3 into x minus 7 into x plus 8 into x minus 1 is greater than 0, then you have to find the interval in which this will be greater than 0. We need to find the intervals in which this expression will be greater than 0. Try finding this. This is important. Yeah, what is the answer? Well, so to solve this kind of question, we'll use a method called wavy curve method. कुछ और नहीं करेंगे. Wavy curve method is what I want to tell you. But you know, to use this method, there is one thing which is very, very, very important. We should write these in a sequence, be it ascending or descending order. ठीक है? तो if you look at the order, I just jumble it up. है ना? I just jumble it up. So I'll write it this way. See, watch me carefully. X plus 8, छोटा उससे कौन है? X plus 3. Then we have x minus 1. नहीं. What do we have? Yeah, x minus 1. Then we have x minus 3. And then we have x minus 7 greater than 0. Okay. So, our critical points are minus 8, minus 3, 1, 3, 7. I hope this part is clear to everyone. So this is how you will write the critical points. This is very important exercise. If you don't do it like this, you might get stuck. Tell me in the comments that this part is clear. The most important part is this only. You write in descending or ascending order. Otherwise, you might get stuck. Okay? Take care. Once we have done that, now we are sure about one thing. कि 7 से बड़ा कुछ भी लोगे पॉजिटिव ही आएगा. Why? Because if you take x greater than 7, all these brackets will be positive. So now we are sure that beyond 7 everything is positive. And in the wavy curve method, things happen alternately. So if it is positive here, be negative here, positive, negative, positive, negative. This is how it will behave. This is how the graph will behave. The reason is simple. Those who understand mathematics, they might be knowing that algebraic functions are continuous, they never break. तो graphically देखो, अगर कोई चीज़ पॉजिटिव थी तो यहाँ पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव तो होगी ही होगी. दोबारा पॉजिटिव बनने के लिए इसे क्रॉस करना पड़ेगा. So you know, function continuous. So this is why they behave like this. Is that clear, everyone? हर्षिता मैं कराया था, but this is very important. That is why I'm just revising it once. ठीक है? कितना कॉमन सेंस है ना. मैथ्स इज कॉमन सेंस. अगर कोई ग्राफ कॉन्टिन्यूअस है तो पॉजिटिव से नेगेटिव जाने फिर पॉजिटिव अगर जाएगा तो उसको ये क्रॉस करना ही पड़ेगा. नथिंग एल्स इज पॉसिबल. वेल, there's one more thing which all of you might remember. In a quadratic function, what was happening? If the roots were equal, the graph was like this, है ना? बस टच कर दिया, क्रॉस नहीं किया. Yes or no? Tell me in the comments. Be quick. If the roots were equal, like alpha and beta were equal, the graph would just touch the axis and do nothing else. In what case this is possible? This is possible when the graph is a perfect square. Like fx is equal to x square minus 4x plus 4. इसके roots क्या होंगे? 2, 2 is nothing but x minus 2 whole square. Isn't it? So we get an idea over here. The idea is that if something is a perfect square, then the graph will be positive, it will reach the critical point, it will again be positive, it will not go to negative part. Like in this case. Am I clear? If the powers are even, perfect square है मतलब even, तो even powers जब कभी भी होंगी तो ग्राफ पॉजिटिव है तो पॉजिटिव ही रहेगा क्रिटिकल पॉइंट पहुंचने के बाद. But if the power is odd, like in this case, like here the powers are 1, तो ग्राफ पॉजिटिव से नेगेटिव फिर पॉजिटिव फिर नेगेटिव ऐसे घूमता रहेगा. This is the most important part here. The same thing can happen negative also. ऐसे किया, पावर इवन है तो ऊपर नहीं जाएगा, यहीं से नीचे आ जाएगा. So negative sign won't change. Essentially the sign won't change in wavy curve method. Is that clear? So now I will take another example. Your life will become very easy after this. X plus 7 to the power 8, x minus 5 to the power 3, x minus 3 to the power 2. What else should I write? एक x भी ले लेते हैं, x to the power 5, x plus 7 to the power 7. ऐसा plus 7 पहले लिख चुका हूँ मैं. So I'll take minus over here. And let's take x plus 9 to the power 10. This is less than 0. Let us try to find the interval. What is going to be your first step? Write in descending or ascending order. I hope you remember that. तो बताओ सबसे पहले क्या लिखेंगे? सबसे पहले कौन सा ब्रैकेट आएगा? Tell me. X plus 9, right? X plus 9 to the power 10 will be our first bracket. Then it will be x plus 7 to the power 8. Then it will be x to the power 5. Then it will be x minus 3 square. Then it will be x minus 5 cube. And then it will be x minus 7 raised to the 7th power. This is less than 0. Right? बहुत अच्छी बात है. So let us mark the critical points. All of you pay attention to this. Critical points minus 9, minus 7. यहाँ पे critical point 0 है because it's x, right? So x minus 0. 3, 5 and 7. So of course everything beyond 7 will be positive. ये positive ही होगा. आया power odd है. The power is odd. Negative हो जाएगा. Power is again odd. Negative हो जाएगा. Power is even. Sign will not sorry. Power is odd. Negative हुआ. Again power is odd. From here if we come here, power is odd, sign will change. Power odd, sign will change. Power is even, sign won't change. Power is odd, sign will change. Power is not even, sign won't change. Power is even, sign won't change again. This is how the graph will look like. The signs will look like. Is that clear? Everyone? सबको समझ में आ चुका है? Cool, no? It's a cool question. All in one, it's not just 5, 7. It's from minus infinity to 0 also. VB, what's your name? Yeah, I can explain that again. See. रुको मैं साइन दिया ग्राफ बना देता हूँ. It will look more beautiful. What is going to happen over here? See. 7 से पहले आप पुट करो any number greater than 7, this whole will be positive. Okay. तो ग्राफ ऐसे जाएगा positive. X minus 7, the power is 7. The power is odd basically. So whenever the power is odd, the sign will change. तो positive से negative पहुंच जाएगा. 5 पे power is odd, sign again has to change. मतलब ग्राफ फिर ऊपर चला जाएगा, है ना? Graph will go this zigzag. Here the power is even, so graph will reach here, but it will not go downwards because power is even, as explained in the previous slide, if you remember. So it will just go ऐसे. यहाँ power is odd, the sign will change, negative जाएगा. Power is even, sign will not change. Power is even, sign won't change. This is how it will go. Is that clear now? So when the power is even, it basically is a perfect square. When it's a perfect square, roots are equal. That means graph discriminant वाला part 0 हो चुका है. क्या हो गया, 5 के पार में भी तो ऑड है, मतलब लेस देन 0 है ना, तो हमें क्या लेना है, minus infinite to 0 everything is negative, but at the same time you will have to ignore -9, -7 and 0 कि यहाँ पे जो वैल्यूज है वो 0 के बराबर हो चुकी हैं. अगर एक लेस देन इक्वल टू 0 होता तो अलग बात थी. ओके, सो आवर आंसर विल बी, सी द आंसर विल बी, it will look like this: minus infinity to -9 in open interval. Why open? Because 9 won't be included. Union -9 to -7 in open interval. Union -7 to 0 in open interval. Alright. Union 5 to 7 in open interval. So those who have marked from minus infinity till 0, they are wrong. They are wrong. Amisha, of course. Amisha, aren't you my student? If you were my student, you would have said algebra ही सबसे पहले करूंगी मैं. ठीक है. हाँ, अगर यहाँ पे if it would have been not less than 0, if it was less than equal to 0, in that case our life would be much simpler. Minus infinity to 0 everything और 0 equal to है, तो this bracket will be square bracket. In square bracket 0 is included. It's basically the closed interval, right? Union in closed interval 5 to 7 as well. So those who are confused with brackets, if the bracket is simple, it is open bracket in which extremities are not included. If the bracket is square, it's called a closed interval in which extremities are included. ठीक है. यहाँ पे एक चीज और होगी कि 3 भी include होगा because 3 is also 0. So I'll write union, and now how to write 3? 3 is not an interval. 3 is just one simple integer. उसके लिए you will use a curly bracket because curly bracket denotes a set. So only 3 is there. Now is it clear? Raman, 0 to 3 नहीं जाएगा ना, because 0 to 3 it's positive. We deal with only negative numbers and equal to zeros. Is that clear, everyone? Iron division will also yield same result. Nothing will happen in that case also. कोई बात नहीं, same critical points करो और कर दो. I hope the brackets are clear to everyone. तो ये मैंने आपको inequality का टेक्निक बता दी है. Now coming to a bit of modulus. Well, modulus कैसा होता है? What actually modulus is? The main thing in modulus that you should know how the graphs of modulus look like. That is the only thing that is important. Rest everything you can do because all the other concepts are from quadratic equations and polynomials and inequalities. Only the graph is important, which would give you an idea how to deal with modulus. So let's say we have a function fx is equal to x. The graph is simple. fx is equal to x है. इसका क्या मतलब है? x 1 होगा तो fx भी 1 होगा and so on. So this is how the graph will look like. But x axis is the x and y axis is the fx. No problem over there. Well, let's say we have something like this. fx is equal to mod of, mod of x. So in that case, what needs to be done? So wherever the graph is negative, just transpose it to its positive values. तो ये पॉजिटिव तो पॉजिटिव रहेगा, बट जो नेगेटिव था दिस विल ट्रांसपोज टुवर्ड्स positive. This is how it will look like. I don't think there's any problem. Anyone? ठीक है? अच्छा, कुछ और चीजें देख लेते हैं. Let's say we have something like fx is equal to mod of x plus 2. So in this case, how to draw the graph? Now all of you must understand this simple thing. See, जो मैं बना रहा हूँ ये होना एक साथ ही चाहिए. आपके मन में अपने आप आ जाएगा. But there are 3 intermediate steps how the graph is drawn. So first of all, what I used to do when I was a kid, first of all मैं बनाता ग्राफ fx equal to x का. मैंने कहा अच्छा ये हो गया, बहुत अच्छी बात है. Then I'll make the graph of fx is equal to x plus 2. अब मुझे मालूम है this 0, now listen to me carefully. See what is happening. 0 पे 0 आ रहा है, यहाँ -2 पे 0 आएगा. So now I know that graph will not go through the origin, it will go through -2, 0. तो जब यहाँ +2 किया है तो ग्राफ को 2 कदम पीछे शिफ्ट कर दो. Am I clear everyone? Am I clear? क्लियर? हम ये भी कह सकते हैं कि हमने ग्राफ को लेफ्ट नहीं 2 कदम ऊपर शिफ्ट कर दिया. We can say that as well. Yes or no? So shifting a graph 2 places towards the left is same as shifting the graph 2 places above in y. ठीक है? Neha will come to that, don't worry. Same बात है. And then I'll put modulus on it. So why I'm doing it like this? Because as a kid I could not comprehend this much. तो अब मेरी लाइफ बहुत सिंपल हो चुकी है. Whatever is negative, I'll transform it to positive, and this is what we get now. So basically, the graph is this, but there are intermediary steps which you can imagine, visualize in your mind, and draw the graph. ग्राफ बनाने बोलेगा नहीं वो, but question जो आएंगे वहाँ you can visualize. Is that clear, everyone? एक चीज और हो सकती है. fx is equal to mod of x plus 2. अब यहाँ पे modulus is only on x, not on 2. So in that case, what is going to happen? पहला ये, दूसरा यहाँ से हम क्या करेंगे? Okay, fx यहाँ से हम एक काम करते हैं. Mod x will look like this. Mod x plus 2, इसे 2 कदम ऊपर शिफ्ट कर दो. The graph will look like this. See, so mod of x plus 2 ग्राफ ऐसा दिखाई देगा, but अगर पूरे पे mod लगाओ तो ग्राफ ऐसा दिखाई देगा. So this is very important. Do not confuse it. ठीक है? +2 mod के बाहर है तो ऊपर शिफ्ट कर दो, अंदर है तो. So now I think it is clear to all of you. नेगेटिव एक्स एक्सिस में हो सकता है ना, वाई में नेगेटिव नहीं हो सकता. Who looks like angry bird, Rishika? Okay, now Neha has given an example. What if we have something like that? So let us deal with Neha's example now. fx is equal to, Neha says something like this, mod of x minus 2 plus mod of x minus 7. जो भी लेना है ले लो, ठीक है? So how to draw a graph of these kind of values? Well, here you should keep one thing in mind. I'll just show you something. ब्यूटीफुल। चलो 2 पे तो ये 0 होगा, ये 0 हो जाएगा, वो सब होगा, ठीक है, बात की बातें हैं। बट व्हाट विल हैपन इन बिटवीन 2 and 7? If I take x as 3, see what is going to happen here. 1 plus 4, you will get 5, isn't it? Am I right? 3 रखो यहाँ, 1 plus 4, you get 5. If you put x equal to 4, so 2 plus 3, again you will get 5. If you put x equal to 5, 3 plus 2, again you will get 5. Isn't that beautiful? If you put x equal to 6, 4 plus 1, again you get 5. Wow. So what is happening? Whenever we have these kind of graphs, so in between whatever you take, the value of function doesn't change. The value of function doesn't change. Is that cool? And the critical point at x equal to 2, fx is equal to 5. And at x equal to 7, also fx is equal to 5. इसके आगे पीछे चीजें चेंज होंगी, but from the critical point to other critical point, it will always be the same. Got it? ठीक है, तो इसका मिनिमम वैल्यू फंक्शन में पूछेगा, द आंसर इज 5 ओनली. एज सिंपल एज दैट. Cool. Now what? Logarithms is all about remembering the formulae, which you already have. There can be questions on functions. And there is one thing which I want to discuss. The last important and difficult thing. बाकी आसान तो कर ही चुके हैं, हम लोग इतने सालों से पढ़ रहे हैं, महीनों से. So let me tell you one thing which I told in the classes also, but I want to revise this once. Arithmetic series को how to write the general term quickly. That is what I'm going to tell you. So if we have a series like this, 1, then we have 5, then we have 9, then we have 13, and so on. So if I want to write a general term, how would I write it? Now all of you know that Tn is a plus, maximum is infinite, Abhishek. Infinite हो जाएगा. All of you know the formula for this. Tn is equal to a plus n minus 1 times d. That is okay. You can put the value and get the answer, but I'm interested in something better. Let's do something better than that. So to do something better than that, first of all, find the common difference. What is the common difference? It's 4. है ना? It's 4 only. It's 4 only. So what is happening over here? See. The first number is, अगर ये सबको 4 ही होता, the first number is what? First number is 4 minus 3, that is 1. Second is 2 into 4 minus 3. Third is 3 into 4 minus 3. This is what is happening. So what all that you have to do, you find the common difference, write it like this, put a k in front, that means 4k, a multiple of 4. 4k, multiple of 4. The first multiple of 4 is 4 itself. Isn't it? The first multiple of 4 is 4 itself. But this value 1 is 3 less than 4. Just write minus 3 over there and you get the general term quickly. हो गया, खत्म. Nothing else has to be done. Is that clear? Is that clear, everyone? This is really cool. By the way, why is this happening? Let's discuss that. Let's take one more value. 2, 7, 12, 17 and so on. See, functions के through में कराऊंगा इसको. The common difference is 5 in all the cases. Now, you must understand one thing. Difference हमने लिया, पहली बार लिया, common difference आ गया, that is equal. Common difference is equal. Jatin, we'll come to that. Don't worry. Hold your horses. So you have a sequence, and in the first difference itself, you got common. That means this series is first order series, and all the first order series are written as ax plus b. All of you know that. isn't it? You know that. ax plus b तो होगा, quadratic में ax square plus bx plus c हो जाएगा. You know that already. So if I write f1, it will be a plus b. f1 is the first term, that is 2 over here. If I write f2, 2a plus b, that happens to be the second term, that is 7. You got two equations and two variables. You can solve them and get the value. Minus kar do this one, you get a as 5 and b as minus 3. Isn't it? So this is how I made the function. Clear? The dust guy, मैं वैसे ही बता रहा हूँ. Got it, all of you? 5x minus 3. Beautiful, isn't it? Let us take one more example. 2, then we have, let's say 4. Then we have 8. Then we have 14. Then we have 22. Then we have 32. Something like this. This is possible, right? हर्ष नहीं, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं उसकी जनरल सोल्यूशन याद करके. Here, if you see the differences, this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's not an AP. The sequence is not in AP, but the differences are in AP. Let us do it again. Wow. So you have to keep this thing in mind that if I will call it the first step of difference, this is second step of difference. So जिस स्टेप में आपको कॉमन डिफरेंस मिल गया, जिस स्टेप में आपको कॉमन डिफरेंस मिल गया, वही उस सीरीज का डिग्री होगा. दैट मीन्स दिस सीक्वेंस इज बेसिकली अ सेकेंड ऑर्डर, सेकेंड डिग्री सीरीज. Am I clear? Am I clear, everyone? So now if I want to calculate, I'll put x as 1. This is a plus b plus c. Is the first term, that is 2. If I put x as 2, I'll get 4a plus 2b plus c. Second term, that is 4. And now we need 3 because we have a, b, c, 3 unknowns. So we need 3 equations. If I put f3, I'll get 9a plus 3b plus c. That is the third term, that is 8. I can solve for a, b and c and get my answer. Is that clear? Any problem? Got it, everyone? And you can solve this, I'm sure. Question कैसे बन सकता है? BB, I'll come to that. First of all, tell me the values of A, B and C. Come on, tell me that. Abhishek, find A, B and C. You can find A, B and C, isn't it? Tell me quickly, be quick and tell me what is the value of A, B and C. A, B, C का वैल्यू क्या आया? You got A as 1, B as minus 1 and C as 2. Perfect. So general term becomes, automatically put it here. एक जगह 1 रखो, general term becomes x square minus x plus 2. This happens to be the general term. Okay? अब ये चीज़ कहाँ पे काम आएगी? So let's say that you have solved all the questions and there is very difficult questions of functions in which something like this is happening. एंड इफ़ यू हैव सम टाइम लेफ्ट तो ये सारा काम, क्योंकि टाइम टेकिंग प्रोसेस हो सकता है, ओके, यू कैन डू दैट. तो क्वेश्चन कैसे पूछा जाएगा, लेट मी टेल यू दैट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल. सो देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन, आई एम फ्रेमिंग अ क्वेश्चन. fx is fourth degree, okay, it is given. बोलेगा fx is a fourth degree polynomial, that is what it will say in the cat, and they will give you certain values. They will say f1 is equal to 2, f2 is equal to 5, f3 is equal to 8, and f4 is equal to 11. Then find the value of f10. This is the kind of question they might ask in CAT. So I'm giving you 3 minutes to solve this. Try to solve this question once, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, Harsh, will come to that. First, try to solve this question. So sorry. How many of you are not able to approach this question? As I said, I wait for 3 minutes. Only 1.5 minutes has passed. Oh wow, people already solved that. Shruti, Harsh, Satvik, Sheetal, all in one. Vasu, Pratibha, Rishika, Harsh. Okay. अच्छा, इस क्वेश्चन में ना एक चीज मैं लिखना भूल गया हूँ, वैसे वो अंडरस्टूड ही था. कोफिशिएंट ऑफ x to the power 4 is equal to 1. Okay, that was, I just forgot, skipped it. 1 minute to go. Well, चलो देखते हैं. And I am surprised at the ability of so many people solving the question incorrectly and posting the answer confidently. I am shocked, bamboozled. You know what is bamboozled? and disappointed at the same time. देखो समझना इस बात को. It's a 4-degree expression. It would have 4 roots for sure. That is something that we know. It has to be, a 4-degree expression, so 4 roots must be there. We have no idea about the roots because at the roots the function becomes 0. ऐसे मान लो f7 0 होता तो 7 would be a root, right? What it essentially means, this means that if this function is divided by x minus 1, the remainder will be 2. This is what this expression means. Yes or no? यही मतलब हुआ ना? Right? यही तो मतलब हुआ. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? If fx is divided by all of, अब ये बोलना mod क्या होता है? Divided by x minus 2, the remainder is 5. This is what it means. And so on. If it is divided by x minus 3, the remainder is 8. And if it is divided by x minus 4, the remainder is 11. That is what we know. Yes or no? We know this. By the way, if all of them occur simultaneously, that fx so if I multiply them all, x minus 1 multiplied by x minus 2 multiplied by x minus 3 multiplied by x minus 4, सबको मल्टीप्लाई कर दूंगा तो एक कॉमन रिमाइंडर आ जाएगा. लेट दैट रिमाइंडर बी इक्वल टू आर एक्स. रिमाइंडर फंक्शन मैंने मान लिया, आर एक्स मान लिया. यू कैन कॉल इट एनीथिंग एज यू विश. व्हाट इज आर एक्स? The things that I have told you in the previous slide, that is what Rx is all about. See, the difference is 3. So the value of Rx, as I told you, will be 3 times x. 3x मतलब क्या हुआ? 3 1s are 3, 3 2s are 6. सारे लोगों से एक एक कम है. 3x minus 1. That is what Rx is, isn't it? So I can replace this whole by x minus 1 into x minus 2 into x minus 3 into x minus 4 plus 3x minus 1. This is basically our original function. Now we have found the function. Yes or no? Have we found the function? Have we found the function? Yes, we have. This is the function. Put 1 here. What do you get? You will get 1 put करो क्या मिलेगा? This whole becomes 0. 3 into 1 minus 1 is 2. Put 2. This whole becomes 0. You will get 5. Yes or no? हो गया ऐसा? ऐड आ गया, कोई बात नहीं. Look at this. What I just said. I am multiplying them all plus remainder, and remainder is 3x minus 1. The remainder in itself is an arithmetic progression. Right? The remainder function is basically an arithmetic progression. सबको मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया, आगे Rx लगा दिया. या ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन की जरूरत नहीं है, अपने आप समझ में आ जाएगा. Look at this. So this is the value of function. I have multiplied all the factors and written the remainder in terms of this 3x minus 1. If you put 1 in this, f1 की value क्या हो जाएगी? This whole becomes 0. You will get 2. If you put xs2, this whole becomes 0. You will get 5. Look at the statements and you will get the idea. Gaurav, Harshit, देखो और बताओ जल्दी से. All right, all 600 people, you got that? People who are from iQuanta, not from iQuanta, have you got this? And Akash, रुक जाओ. What if it's not AP? पहले ये तो समझ लेते हैं भाई. अगर नहीं होगा तब भी बता दिया था मैंने, पहले बता दिया है, एक स्लाइड पहले ही बता दिया है मैंने. रुक जाओ. So the value of f10 will be equal to, just put 10 here, 10 minus 1, 9 into 8 into 7 into 6 plus 3 into 10 minus 1, 29. तुम लोगों ने सिर्फ 29 लिख दिया था, but that is not the answer. The answer is 9 into 8 into 7 into 6 plus 29. All right. This is the answer. Just hope something like this is asked in the CAT. नहीं ठीक है, अब क्लास खत्म होने वाली है मनीषा एंड सर की, उसके बाद तो रेस्ट ही रेस्ट है. Tushar, you can put, and there you will have to ask the invigilator, probably they will ask to sign something. सौरभ बोल रहा है वाई 3x मैक्सिमम. सौरभ अभी एक्सप्लेन किया पिछले स्लाइड में, वाई नॉट देयर. 258 ये देखो कहाँ किया था मैंने अभी. आई जस्ट एक्सप्लेन दैट नो how to identify the general term of any AP. PNC तो यार आता ही नहीं है, एक दो सवाल आएंगे उतना तुम्हें आता है. अरिथमेटिक भी इतना कर चुके हो, ठीक है. अरिथमेटिक वी हैव रिवाइज्ड वंस. मैम की वॉइस, मैम कहाँ है? POV, point of view. Who is ma'am here? And I have baritone. Even if you cannot see me, you won't confuse me for a girl. Okay, so let us do one more question like this, and एक और करें या छोड़ दें? एक और कर लेते. Again, fx is 4 degree. Everything is same. I'll just give you some other values. The value of f1, f2, f3 and f4. शीतल इस सवाल से हो जाएगा, ठीक है. हर्ष लॉग्स इज ऑल अबाउट फॉर्मूला, दैट्स इट. जो पीडीएफ फॉर्मूला का उसे पूरा पढ़ लो, नथिंग एल्स इज देयर. आई विल गिव वन मोर. बाकी सब कुछ सेम है. एफ एक्स इज 4 डिग्री. द कोफिशिएंट ऑफ एक्स टू पावर 4 इज 1. यू हैव टू फाइंड द वैल्यू ऑफ f7. ट्राई टू फाइंड दिस. शीशा हाँ एलआरडिया एक ईजी आएगा. So see, here you can see that these are basically the second difference is common. So it's basically a second degree AP, right? 2, 6, 12, 20. या तो तुम वो सॉल्व कैसे बताया था मैंने आप लोगों को शुरुआत में, यू रिमेंबर दैट राइट? रिमाइंडर फंक्शन, this will be ax square plus bx plus c, because at the second step we got the common difference, right? So you can just put it, the values here. R1 will be equal to a plus b plus c, that is 2. The value of R2. So basically we have to solve for this, not for this. वो तो आ ही जाएगा. R2 will be 4a plus 2b plus c, that is the second term, that is 6. And R3, that is the third term, 9a plus 3b plus c, that is equal to 12. You can solve for a, b and c, get general term and get the answer. Okay, by the way, if you can just guess it just by looking at it, वो और आसान हो जाएगा. आप इसे देख के या तो इसे सॉल्व कर लो, which will take 1 minute, या सॉल्व नहीं करो तो you can see something. 2, 6, 12 and 20 था, तो 2 is 1 into 2, 6 is 2 into 3, है ना? ऐसे ही वो सिंपल आपको वैल्यूज देंगे. 4 into 5. This is what is happening. So basically all of this is x into x plus 1. Yes or no? So value of Rx is x square plus x. So without solving this, you can get the answer. Because they will ask you very simple expressions. Clear? वीवी कोई confusion नहीं, तो और आसान है. देख तो लो पहले कंफ्यूज. आई डोंट नो व्हाई यू गाइस आर स्केयर्ड ऑफ मैथमेटिक्स. सी कितना सिंपल था ये. खत्म हो गया. Nothing else. So now our answer is the function is basically multiply x minus 1, x minus 2, x minus 3, x minus 4 plus this remainder function is x square plus x. f7 निकालना है. Put the value 6 into 5 into 4 into 3 plus 56. That is going to be our answer. Cool. Just hope something like this comes in the exam and you just solve it quickly. Varun Sai, कोई constant multiply नहीं होगा because it is already given that the coefficient of x की power 4 was 1. That is the reason I gave the coefficient as 1. ठीक है? गौरव, illegal? दिव्य कुमार, या कल पेपर सॉल्व करेंगे. I hope it is clear to all of you.
All right, everyone. So finally, we have reached at that point where we will have to stop this revision. All the best to every one and each one of you who are preparing for CAT and going to write this exam tomorrow. Doesn't matter first slot, second slot, third slot, it doesn't matter. All of you should be confident in yourself, okay? Be confident and have some faith on yourself that the preparation that you have done till now is going to bring some fruits tomorrow, okay? So just get a good sleep. Okay, don't worry about it much. Don't try to study anything, okay, from now on. This was the final. And from my side, all the best to every one of you, all the iQuanta students who have worked hard, so hard, and all the non-iQuanta students also. All the best, guys. Just remember, this is just an exam, okay? This is just an exam. Nothing will be different day after tomorrow, okay? But if you are in it, just try to give your best. That's it. Be confident. Be confident that you have worked hard and you are going to crack it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye from my side.
Yeah, I would like to tell you that you should take proper rest now. And as I said earlier, drink loads of water. Don't eat much sugar or anything which has got a lot of carbs, because you're going to get a sugar rush tomorrow then. So eat less and try to eat only proteins and some fats. Do not eat carbs much tomorrow, and eat and drink loads of water and then sleep. That's all. And chill, watch a movie, go out with friends, do something which makes you happy. Do not take much stress about it. That's all from my side. Take care. We'll meet again tomorrow for the discussion of the analysis of the slots. All the best.
Tomorrow we are going to meet at as soon as possible, like at 6 p.m. mostly.
Yeah.
Yes, because we will have to return from exam center also. So see you guys tomorrow. Okay. चलो चलो मजे करें. Bye bye guys.
And the reel that I made about this, unleash the animal in you. Remember that? दुनिया में आग लगानी है tomorrow. Okay. Shoot all the cat questions. Thank you. Bye bye. Take care. All the best.